All right, guys, we are back. We are back. We are back. And as we know, we have one witness and one witness left. Doesn't mean it's going to end today, but we have one witness left, and that is Detective O'Driscoll. Hey. So let's see. Let's see. So I want to say absolutely thank you because I'm over here looking at Twitch and hello. Oh, I like that. Okay. All right, guys. So we are okay, just me, friend. I'm gonna have to catch y'all over there because I am gonna have to mod y'all up on the other side of things. But as we know, court is supposed to return like 1 minute ago. So let's do this. Audio on the tab. There we go. All right. So, any predictions for Detective O'Driscoll? Any predictions at all for Detective O'Driscoll? I know my background looks a little bit different, but I had Big Unk come in here and help me switch the L shape around. But Detective O'Driscoll. Now, hold on, guys. Ready to see what the defense says. Now, quick question because I'm not seeing it over there. Does the screen look the same? Maybe I should. We're going to just bring Sid's screen over. Okay, yes, it does. All right, just making sure everything looks the same over there, so it's the same view. Okay, that was my biggest question. Yes, so we have officially done the channel scrub. So whatever in there that is not aligned is gone. We are going to finish out the Kouri Richins trial and then we'll do a different type of update. But in the meantime, in between time, we're going to try the simulcast. So Detective O'Driscoll and then rest. Detective O'Driscoll, then rest. Detective O'Driscoll, then rest. Did the state prove, and let's pull back up. Oh no, those are her financial crimes. Let's see. Okay. All right. All right. Real quick. Right now, we are looking at. So, here we have it. Here we have it. We have aggravated M, attempted M, 2 counts of insurance fraud, and forgery. Now you singing with Evo. Get off with her playing. But has the state proved M? What do you guys think? Before or do they need a Detective O'Driscoll to bring it home? Do they need Detective O'Driscoll to bring this home, or to you have they proved M? Let's start there. Let's do M and aggravated M. I said and aggravated. M and attempted M. M is proven. What about the sandwich? What about the attempted M from Valentine's Day? Valentine's Day with the sandwich. Attempted M. Hannah says, no, they haven't. No, they haven't to me. I'm like, they lost me a while back. She's cray, but they haven't proven it. All right. They have proved that and more. Hello, Stephanie. Yes, we're going to have to set up some polls. Getting used to over there. It could just be a simultaneous thing. Now, this is us taking on prison. Now, I'm not going to lie, guys. To be honest, I have heard over there is non-existent true crime. Okay, the true crime is non-existent over there, so that's already an uphill battle. But it also means that our community is going to be our community. Not for me, because he could have taken the fen himself. He could have. I'm not saying he didn't. Now, I'm not saying that he didn't. I'm not even saying that he couldn't. I'm saying that, do we have any doubt that Kouri gave it to him? And if so, what's causing the doubt? Hey, Brown Sugar, what's causing the doubt? Are we all watching the same trial? Now, I am at right now without Detective O'Driscoll. Remember, we don't have the lead detective to wrap this up and put it in a bow for us. We do not have that yet. That's what's coming between today and tomorrow. I'm such as I made it. Hey, Nicole. I am honestly and truly, like, it's all or nothing. Because it all ties together for me. And I know I probably should not personally be basing one charge on the other, but it's like they all go together. I believe the finances were in such a way that the only way she would ever get anything would be to get rid of Eric. What other way was it? What other way was it? What other, like, what?
State of Utah versus Kouri Richins.
Where
Counsel
you?
for the state are present. Defense counsel is present with Ms. Richins. Mr. Bloodworth, anything on the record before we proceed?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Greg, do we have all 12? We're missing 2. All right. As soon as we have the final 2 jurors, we can get started. Very good.
There's motive, but the evidence is circumstantial. Where is... Why did it take my little this one. Give me that one back. There we go. Okay. I really think for me, it's all or nothing. Now, again, Detective O'Driscoll holds the key. He's the only person that's touched everything, seen everything, talked to everybody, put it all together, and said, charge her. So, and what he put together, of course, would be what the DA uses to choose whether or not they want to go forward. And we see they went forward more than once. So, I'm thinking without Detective O'Driscoll, the motive is screaming. Now we know motive is not a requirement, but the motive is yelling. The motive is whistling louder than Kouri usually do in the back of them phone calls. That's what I'm praying, Miss Sheila, that he is not another Proctor. That's what is scaring me, and I did not want to say that dang old man's name because he come through like Candyman. Every time we say his name, next thing you know, he got a hearing or something. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. I don't think Eric was an angel. That I don't think. I also think, do you know, my little chair back. Do you know how in love you got to be to go the lengths of sewing things up in a trust, removing power of attorneys, abandoning all emails, instead of just saying, "Get out of my house that I bought before we got together. It's no longer marital property. It never was marital property, and you got a prenup, so you get out of my house." Like, I the baby walking you through. So it's like, do you know how? Yeah, yeah. Do we know that man was in love? Despite all, he may have had an anger issue. They said he went to anger management, but I don't think all people. I think I am nobody. I am not qualified to say anything that I'm getting ready to say, but I'm going to say that it seems like don't nothing piss you off more than anything in life but anger man. It's like anger management try to make you angry. What is he talking about? Oh Lord, Unc about to try to make his own crescent roll loaf, y'all. So he was scared. Let me tell y'all something. If I think somebody about to try to take me out, I'm not staying in this house. If I really think that you are capable of, that we've reached that level, that you don't care if I'm here breathing, not just for you, if that for the children. If I get to a point where I'm telling my family this person's going to take me out, what can you do? I would be scared to drink the water. I would be scared to eat. I would be scared to go to sleep. I would be scared to drive my car. Did you get up under there and do some MacGyver shit? Like, I would be absolutely terrified of everything. And who can live like that? Now you're not eating, you can't get no sleep, you're stressed out, you don't know if you're paranoid or just hungry. Like, what can you do? Nice. There's the prime portion. And to know that if they divorced, nothing was going to her.
We're ready for it.
nothing was going to her. The only way she would possibly get a piece of the business, which also ended up sold up in the trust, the onliest way was for him to. Oh, baby. But now I got to figure out my password. The only way. I found a local bread maker out here while Big O tried to make a crescent loaf. Nice. It's working. Twitch training 101. So we have M, attempted M. So we talked about those two. The 2 counts of insurance fraud. That's a no-brainer. That's a no-brainer for me. The forgery. Even if I didn't want to believe the forgery or if I didn't think it was that serious, I really feel like her attorney kind of her attorney kind of told on her, didn't she? Look at y'all over there figuring it out. Oh, I think it also lets me. Oh, that's when I was remaking our intro. I have not read the Walk the Dog letter. Oh, love you back. So we still waiting on a juror. I think there's 2 jurors missing.
Okay.
Okay. I got 2 things working, guys. So we got our mobile control panel. We got it up on view. We working. She is guilty. Okay. All right, guys. So it looks like, they're standing.
Please have a seat as you come in.
Thank you.
Please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We'll now proceed with additional evidence in the state's case in chief. Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state recalls Carmen Lauber.
Very good.
Oh, damn. I didn't see that coming. They did pause her, though. Remember, they paused her and said that she might have to come back.
Ms. Lauber, if you would please step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn back in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
Please have a seat. When you're comfortable, please adjust the mic so it's close.
Y'all.
Probably going to need to be a little closer. Thank
Right
you.
there.
I appreciate that. Sounds good. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. I understand the defense has some additional questions.
Ms. Lewis.
What?
Good afternoon, Ms. Lauber.
Good afternoon.
Has anybody spoken to you about why you have been asked to come back today?
My lawyer told me I was getting recalled again today.
And were you told why you were being recalled?
No.
So nobody's
She
told
said a
you
lawyer told her
what
now
we're gonna go
shit.
over?
No.
All right. I just have a few questions for you about your probation that you've been on since May of 2023, when you were released after all of your interviews with Detectives O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard. Okay?
When I was released from,
Y'all remember that, right?
Yes, when you were released from Wasatch County.
Real quick. Remember, they said there was a point where she might have got pulled over and that the state knew about it, but they didn't know about it and they tried to call a mistrial about it. Oh,
And you were placed on probation.
yes.
Okay.
Come on, her, yes.
All right. All right. So when you were released, and this is, I think we've already talked about, but just for some background, your probation was transferred to Summit County, right?
Yes,
And Detective Maynard became your probation officer.
correct.
And you said that you texted him every day while on probation?
Yeah, sometimes I'd forget a couple days.
Okay. But every day from then, like through today?
Yes,
Okay. Did you text him about everything about your probation, like your work hours and
yes.
everything was through text?
Sometimes phone calls, but yeah, he had my work schedule through text, mostly texts.
Okay. And would those texts be available either on your phone or on his? Do you know?
They should be, yes.
Okay. All right. Now, when you were when you were released and you went on probation, you signed a paper acknowledging what your conditions on release would be, correct?
Yes.
And that, well, actually, Katie, can you pull up Defense Exhibit 3014 for the witness? Can you see that?
She
There's
will in just
nothing
a
there
moment.
yet.
There you go.
pull a Woody. I mean, at this point, it
You
is what it
recognize
is.
that as your conditions of probation that you signed and agreed to?
Yes.
Your Honor, could we I'd move to admit 3014 and publish it?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think in the very
Uh,
least,
These are being admitted to show what Ms. Lauber understood, correct, Ms. Lewis?
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
Overruled. 3014 is admitted for the purpose of showing Ms. Lauber's understanding.
Okay, and you signed that paper agreeing you would follow those conditions. Is that true?
Correct.
Do you want me to publish these?
Oh, yes,
now?
I said that,
Okay.
sorry.
don't take it too far, Miss Lewis.
But since May of 23, I mean, you violated these conditions, true?
I don't recall what you mean by that.
Have you violated
I wouldn't
any of
recall
the
either. Don't
conditions
recall
that you
shit.
agreed to since you signed that paper?
Which one do you know?
You haven't violated any conditions?
The weapon one? Is that
I'm
the one you're
sorry,
talking
what?
about? The weapon one? Is that the one you're talking about?
I'm asking you. Did you violate the weapons condition?
If there was a weapon found in my room when they raided it, yes. If that's what you're meaning.
Was there a weapon found after you signed these conditions?
Yes,
So you violated that condition.
yes,
All right. You also violated the alcohol condition, correct?
if you're talking about where I went to a concert,
That's correct. That's what I'm talking about.
yes.
All right.
My-
So And that was in November of 2023, correct?
I'm not sure. The day of the concert, I went with a bunch of friends.
Okay. Could we just show the witness defense exhibit 3010?
Kouri looking like we don't need to be side eyeing
Actually-
your ass like that.
You violated in October of 2023. Is that correct?
The same year you signed them. If this is to make Carmen look like she had a reason to flip flop, then okay. But I don't think this is landing the way. Is this landing the way they wanted to land? What are y'all getting out of this? Because this is sounding like the state is a bone crusher. State said, I ain't never scared. You ain't got to call her. I'll call her
So
for you.
October of
and let you
2023,
I
you
get it.
violated your alcohol condition, true?
I went there with a bunch of friends, and my buddy who bought me the ticket, I asked him if I could pay him back. He said, no, you could just buy the drinks and snacks.
All right. And you drank the drinks also.
No, I did not.
Well, so you were seen at the concert by a detective from the Summit County Police Force,
With
correct?
buying them, yes.
Oh, that
And you
place
had
is too
alcohol in
small.
your hand, correct?
Correct.
And afterwards, he contacted you, correct?
Maynard did, I believe. I don't
Okay.
think-
It was
I don't think-
Detective Maynard contacted you,
Yeah, I don't think this detective did.
and you admitted to him that you drank the alcohol,
I
correct?
had told him I was there with it, yes.
You said you consumed it.
No, I did not. I don't recall time I consumed it. No, I had bought the snacks and beverages for.
Would you look at what's in front of, actually, Your Honor, can we just publish this now? I'd beg to admit. for
Objection, Your Honor.
purposes.
I think
Not- here.
hearsay,
Here's that.
sustained.
All right, I want you to take a look with the line that is,
Can't read it.
thank you, highlighted. I was going to count it. The line that is highlighted.
Yes, I see it.
It's too
And
small.
What does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Detective Maynard?
No, I don't recall, but if it's there, I guess so.
So you did tell Detective Maynard you actually drank alcohol, correct?
I don't recall, but if it's there, I guess so.
I know that's right, Carmen. You
So
gotta
if
not
Detective
recall,
Maynard
or
said
you're gonna
that
be under the
you
jail.
admitted that to him, that's true.
Yes. it was
No,
here.
jury's
Alright,
there.
so
Jury's there.
And in fact, you also violated your curfew too, correct? You had a curfew, isn't that true? Let me back up. You had a curfew, correct?
Yes,
You had to be home every night by 9 p.m.
yes.
And you violated that also when you went to the concert, correct?
I don't recall if I stayed the whole concert. I did not stay the whole concert. I left early. If I
So
was home at 9 o'clock, probably not exactly at 9.
you don't admit that you violated your curfew.
Yes, I do.
You did violate your
What
curfew.
you
Yes,
watching? The
I said
98
I did not stay
Beyonce
the
one?
whole concert.
I was watching it yesterday.
Okay. So the reason that you were discovered in violation is because an officer saw you, correct?
Correct.
Or no one would have ever known, correct?
I'm not too sure. I had an ankle monitor on. They would know where I was
Ding,
at.
ding, ding,
wouldn't know
Kathy.
where-
That's the point. That's what they're trying to prove, I think.
No.
No.
Mm-mm.
Okay, so you just happened to be caught on this occasion, correct?
Correct.
You are. Oh,
So then in February of
Crazy.
2024, you wrote a letter to Judge Maybe, who was over your drug court, correct?
maybe.
I don't recall.
Okay, could you show Exhibit 3012? Thank you. Take a look at that and tell me if that is the letter that you sent to Judge
That's
Maybe.
what they're trying to say, Kathy. They said she ain't had a drug test in about 2 years. Okay, I switched everything around. I'm missing something. Yeah, they said she hasn't had a drug test in a couple of years. We're gonna switch some. And that's basically what they're saying, that she's getting this sweet deal
Remember that letter now?
just
This letter?
to give up Kouri.
Yeah.
You do?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'd move to admit Exhibit 3012 and publish it.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It's not,
Girl, he talking to your honor, not you.
I mean, it's.
And your argument can't be no, it ain't. That's not an argument.
About it.
So question,
Yes.
sustain. If you're admitting for the truth, it's hearsay.
All right.
Girl,
All right. In
who
this
you
letter,
talking to?
you were asking for permission to go visit your boyfriend in Las Vegas once a month, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in this letter, you said that, actually, Your Honor, could you approach 1 second?
Of course.
Oh, okay. Now, yesterday, your legal argument was all of them. Now, today, the argument is no, it's not. Ma'am, if you don't get out of here arguing like Dallas and Denver, if you don't get out of here arguing like Dallas and Denver, what? Like, if you don't get out of here with that.
Okay. So you were writing to ask for permission to go. Oh, can you take that down, Katie? I'm sorry.
I've got it.
To go to Vegas once a month, correct?
Yes.
And in that letter in February of 24, you said that you have been in 100% full compliance with everything asked of me.
That's what she said.
I should be allowed to do this, correct?
Yes.
But that wasn't true, right?
Yes. No. Yes.
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
It was
Most
not-
part,
It wasn't
Yes.
true that you'd been in
No.
100% compliance. So
No.
what you represented to Judge Mabee in order to get to do something
said
you
it was
wanted to
true
do
enough.
wasn't correct, right?
correct.
It was an untrue statement.
She
Yes.
said it was true enough. She was
Like
giving it the
someone-
best that she got.
Your Honor, that's all we have.
That's all you wanted to get out?
Ms. Lauber, you just testified to a gun. You recall that?
Yes.
Is that the gun that detective seized when executing a warrant on your home on April the 26th, 2023?
Correct.
And then you entered into the probation agreement about a month later on May the 18th, 2023?
I'm not sure exactly the date,
But it's in evidence. Thank you.
yes.
Ms. Lewis, may we allow this witness to step down?
Yes, we may.
Are we releasing this witness?
No, we would ask that she just be, the subpoena remain in effect.
Okay.
That she may leave now.
So Ms. Lauber, to be clear, like the last time, you're free to go, but you're still subject to subpoena. You may be called back. Because of that possibility, I need you to not read, watch, or listen to any coverage of this case of any kind.
Okay.
And do not talk to anybody about your testimony.
Okay.
Okay, very good. You're free to go.
All right.
Thank you. Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Jeff O'Driscoll.
Jeff O'Driscoll. Okay.
Do you
Action.
solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Don't proctor us. Please don't proctor us.
One more time, sir. What is your name?
Detective Jeff O'Driscoll, O''D''Riscoll.
And what, sir, do you do for a living?
I'm a narcotics and major crimes detective for the Summit County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
10 years.
What did you do before becoming a detective?
I worked in the patrol division with the sheriff's office. I had a number of primary duties as well as lateral duties. I was mainly responsible for responding to calls for service. I also was a canine handler. I was a UAS pilot or drone pilot. I was a member of the SWAT team as well as a SWAT sniper, and various other administrative duties.
Oh, a SWAT
When
sniper.
did you become a detective?
July of 2022.
And sir, what types of cases have you handled as a detective?
All types of cases, as far as property crimes, frauds, thefts, mail thefts, home burglaries, vehicle burglaries, and then persons crimes everywhere from
Control a
sexual
dog,
assault
a drone,
to
and a
sexual
sniper
assault,
rifle. What the
shootings.
hell?
I was also on part of an on-call rotation for any in progress or major incidents in the county, as
Oh,
well
I
as all
haven't
deaths
found
in the
this
county.
switch.
Are you currently the lead detective on this case?
Yes, I am.
When were you assigned as lead detective?
In March of 2023.
And did you take over from Detective Woody?
Yes, that's correct.
Was this your first death investigation as a detective?
No, as I said, I was on the on-call rotation for all deaths occurring in the county. And before that, I had investigated several as just a first responder in patrol as well.
Was this your first death investigation that became a full-blown homicide investigation?
Yes, it was.
Upon being assigned as lead investigator in this case, how did you approach your investigation?
I had limited information when I first came onto the case. I didn't know all the facts and details about the case, but I knew some of the information, particularly the results from the autopsy, as well as the tox results from the medical examiner's office. So I knew that Eric had died of a fentanyl intoxication, and that there was fentanyl in both his blood and his gastric content. But as far as how I approached the investigation,
I don't
I
believe
wanted
you,
to start
Kendra.
fresh. I wanted to start as if it was the first day that it had occurred and the first time that I was seeing it. I tried to look at it with fresh eyes and try to get a fresh perspective. Having said that, and knowing what I knew from the autopsy results, it was apparent to me that there were three likely possibilities of how Eric died. The first being that he had an accidental overdose after taking a substance that may have contained fentanyl. The second being that he intentionally ingested orally a large amount of fentanyl to commit suicide. And third, that somebody else administered orally to him a large amount of fentanyl in order to kill him.
As part of your investigation, did you or did investigators get Eric's Doppel history?
Yes.
Scott, can I get 1-27? While that's coming up, what is a Doppel history?
DOPL stands for Department of Professional Licensing. But in our world, what it means is the state holds a database of all prescription controlled substances that are prescribed, issued, filled, the dates they were filled, who the patient was, the dosage, things like that. The state maintains that information. We can request that for any particular patient within the state.
Your Honor, are you able to publish that to the witness and counsel?
Yes, sir. You ready? Preview to the witness?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You should see it now.
Is this the Doppel history that investigators requested?
Yes.
Your Honor, can we publish?
Any objection, counsel?
No objection. He's moving to admit
So
it.
move to admit and publish.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 1-27 is admitted.
Scott, if you could embiggen that bottom portion, please.
Come on, Scott. Come on. There we go.
What's the headline here, Detective?
It's just the contents of who the results are being sent to, and then it says no records found for Eric Eugene Richins with his date of birth and the time frame that they searched.
So what does that mean for your investigation?
It means that Eric wasn't prescribed any prescription controlled substances during that time frame.
Did investigators search Eric's phone for evidence of THC gummy use?
Yes.
Did investigators discover 2 text messages between Kouri and Eric Richins regarding THC gummy use?
Yes, those messages were recovered from Eric's cell phone.
Scott, can I get 2-118D, please? Is this an accurate depiction of a November 20th, 2021 text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, it is.
The only person he was talking about gummies with Kouri?
Your Honor, move to
Man,
admit
come on now.
and publish 2-118D.
No objection.
2-118D is admitted and now published.
I believe the green is Eric's and the blue is Kouri Richins.
Kouri looked like the only one suggesting it. What is that? Oh, yeah.
Scott, 2-119D, please. Detective, is this a accurate depiction of a January 13th, 2022 text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, and again, I believe it's the green that is Eric speaking and the blue that is Kouri Richins speaking.
Your Honor, say moves to admit and publish.
No objection.
States 2-119D is admitted.
Hang out with girls and miss the boys.
Detective, are you familiar with a children's book entitled Are You With Me that Kouri Richins purportedly authored to help children deal with the loss of a parent?
Yes, I am.
How did you first come familiar with it?
Your Honor, we just want to renew our previous objections to this line of questioning.
Court stands on its prior ruling. Please.
Sir, how did you first become familiar with it?
Another one of the investigators from the sheriff's office shared a link with me to a story by Good Things Utah, a local news channel. And I viewed an interview there between Ms. Richins and reporters.
Scott, can I get 8-21 Sierra, please? Sir, do you recognize that as an authentic depiction of a screenshot from that interview?
That damn
Yes.
book.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-21S.
Your Honor, we renew our 401 and 403 objections.
Overruled. 8-21. Did I get the number right? 8-21S is admitted and published.
Did anybody wait? Did anybody else see this in real time? Did anybody else see this in real time? I actually watched this. Oddly enough, not before she was charged, but I remember seeing the book about grief because we were looking for books about grief because of what had happened. Y'all know the situation with Pop Pop. And then not even 2 years later, in 2022, we lost my uncle. And literally their death dates are 2 weeks apart. Like it was literally 2 days ago. And we didn't know how to talk to Zaire, even though he was about, a teenager. He's in high school. We didn't know how to talk to Zaire. And we were looking, me and Tiffany. So when I tell Tiffany about this dang on, that's why Tiffany be always yelling, prison. Because we came across Kouri Richins' book, which is why I was watching for it, this trying to figure out how to talk to Zaire. Y'all. And this is not the only one. There's another one.
Did detectives investigate how Kouri Richins came to appear on Good Things Utah?
Yes. A subpoena was sent to ABC Utah news station to get that information, and part of their production, they produced some emails between Ms. Richins and the production team. It appeared that they had some kind of standardized form that anyone could fill out to requesting to be on the show, and it looked like Ms. Richins had filled that out and they were communicating about the results.
Scott, can I get 2-115? Detective, is that an accurate depiction of the
I did not. We
March
did not buy the
24th,
book.
2023 email exchange between Kouri Richins and Good Things Utah?
Yeah, I believe it began on March 24th. There's various dates on when emails were sent back and forth, but yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-115.
Object to 401, 403, and hearsay, Your Honor.
401 and 403 overruled.
Yeah,
With
her
respect to
book was
hearsay,
more
there
so
are
for younger
portions of
kids,
this
and
were authored
pretty
by
much
Kouri
we needed
Richins,
something to
other
talk to
portions
a teen who
authored
had
by
like
people
lost
other
their
than
best
Kouri Richins.
buddy.
Correct.
That is correct. And the portions other than Kouri Richins are offered for their effect on Kouri Richins.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, to the extent that State's Exhibit 2-115 includes statements authored by Kouri Richins, you may consider those statements for the truth or for any purpose. To the extent they include statements written by someone other than Kouri Richins, you cannot consider those statements for the truth. Rather, you can consider them only for the effect they had upon Kouri Richins as the recipient of those statements. Published 2-115.
Yes, Your Honor, please.
Very good. 2-115 is admitted and published.
I think it starts from the bottom up.
Oh, shit. Okay, then I can take it off of here. Cool. Now we got the iPad up and running with the stream manager. All right. Yeah, in the process of looking for books, her book was suggested. That is so crazy. I mean, it feels very icky now that it got that going on. It's got this going on. It got Eric's blood on it. The book was icky. Baby, Kouri. Kouri. She set up an account and told people to send her money. Baby. She wasn't even putting together no fume.
In addition to Good Things Utah, are you familiar with Kouri Richins promoting the book on KPCW radio?
Come on, friend. Cool.
Yes, again, I was sent a link to their website. I viewed their webpage and saw an interview with Miss Richins and journalists and listened to an interview that she conducted with them on their website.
Scott, 8-37, please. Is this an accurate depiction of the website promoting the interview?
Yes, it is.
Is it dated April the 12th, 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-37.
Object 401, 403, and hearsay, Your Honor, and authenticity.
Now it ain't real. No authenticity. Now we haven't even heard them throw up that objection to anything.
Authenticity objection.
Yes.
Please approach.
Wait. When have they done that? When have we objected to the authenticity of anything? This in the 11 days prior, in the 11 days of court prior, when have we objected to the authenticity of anything? But all of a sudden, when they're promoting her, she did the interview. Now, I've seen the interview. She did the damn interview. Because we watched it to get and the lady hold the book up and say, how do you guys feel about the book? The book is nowhere. The book's been pulled from shelves. It's nowhere. It's not on Amazon. It's not anywhere. How do y'all feel about the book? Had anybody heard of the book prior to the case or heard of the interview prior to trial starting? Before the jury was sat, or did you go look for it after the jury was sat? Of the promotion, the website that was promoting the interview. The interview happened. The book is called Are You With Me? The book is called Are You With Me?
Scott, would you redact all text below the photograph, please?
Come on. But this is literally, she did it like what, like a month before she got arrested? Oh, I think she thought she's about to be on the New York Times best author list.
No, I'm sorry, not the headline, the caption of the photograph. There we go. Okay.
Whatever you
Remind me of
want
the
to do
numbers.
and however it's supposed to be done will be done.
Your Honor, 8-37.
You want to put an R on it? Does it matter?
We should put an R on it.
Okay.
now.
States 8-37R is admitted. Defendant's objections thereto are overruled. Ready to publish?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Towards the end of March 2023, did the Summit County Sheriff's Office receive an anonymous Amazon delivery of the book?
Yes. Package showed up from Amazon with a copy of the book and also a little standard sticker that you can leave a personalized message on with a gift when you send something.
Scott, 8-20, please. Is this an accurate depiction of a scan of the cover of the book that the Summit County Sheriff's Office received along with the message that accompanied it?
Yes, when we received this, evidence technicians scanned the cover of the book and then the note that came with it as well, yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-20.
Just 401 and 403, Your Honor.
Okay. Overruled. States Exhibit 8-20 is admitted.
There are two sides to every story. This is the true Kouri. A devoted wife and adoring mother thought you should know. Wait. Sorry, guys. Give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds because I need that. I'm sorry. Oh my God. Kouri. An adoring mother. Anybody believe this was anonymous? It says anonymous. It says there are two sides to every story. This is the true Kouri, a devoted wife and adoring mother. Thought you should know, from anonymous.
Thank you.
Whoever did it, it didn't land the way it was supposed to land.
Did detectives investigate who anonymously sent the book?
Yes, subpoena was sent to Amazon to request the information on who the sender was. It came back as Lisa Darden.
Her mama. It didn't land.
34, please. Is this an accurate depiction of the order history provided by Amazon in response to the subpoena?
Yes, it is.
Dated March 21st, 2023.
Correct.
You could have logged into her mama.
To admit
her
and
mama
publish
account.
8-34.
No,
I just really want to feel like Kouri did it.
34 is admitted.
Lisa, who driving around one of the trucks that she got for her sneaky link. Lisa.
Detective is Lisa Darden, Kouri Darden's mother.
Yes, she is.
Lisa.
Did detectives investigate who wrote the book?
Yes.
Who wrote the book?
Objection to 4143 and hearsay.
Overruled. Go ahead.
What? Now you trying to say she ain't
We
right?
found text messages in in Miss Richins' phone between her and a contact named Book Writing Lane, who is a book writer, publisher of some type, regarding them writing the book for her.
Are they a ghostwriter?
Yeah.
Scott, 2-1.
Kouri, you ain't even write the book.
This is 141 pages. You've reviewed this prior to today. Is this an accurate depiction of those text messages between Kouri Richins and Book Writing Lane?
Yes, this is a depiction of part of them.
Mr. Bloodworth, would you approach for one moment?
I get it. I get it. You want to make sure it's right. You throw all your thoughts together and you just say, here, do what it do. Format this for me, publish it, do what you got to do. I guess so. Lisa, you done sent them people that book. That's Lisa? Ooh, cameraman Petty. Cameraman, I appreciate you for knowing exactly who this is. I'll tell you guys this. It's absolutely amazing to me that Lisa would say this is the real Kouri when you sitting up here driving the truck that was given to you from your daughter that was originally driven by who she was cheating with. But you right, child. You know your daughter better than we do. You know your daughter better than we do. Ooh, Jesus. Ooh. I feel like Nene. What's wrong with a book? Something.
Detective O'Driscoll, are the bubbles in green Kouri Richins and the bubbles in blue Book Writing Lane?
Yes, that's correct.
And does this lengthy text message exchange generally depict Kouri Richins engaging book writing lane, providing them with ideas and circulating drafts of the narrative and the illustrations.
Yes, that's what it appears to me.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-121 into evidence.
Same objection, 40143 and hearsay, Your Honor.
All right.
How is it
The defendant's
hearsay?
objections are overruled. States 2-121 is admitted. And members of the jury, with respect to States Exhibit 2-121, the green messages are authored by Kouri Richins. You may consider the green messages in 2-121 for their truth or any other purpose. The blue messages are authored by someone other than Kouri Richins. You cannot consider the blue messages in 2-121 for their truth. Rather, you may only consider them for the effect they had upon the listener, that is Kouri Richins. 2-121 is published.
Thank you, Your Honor, but the state wasn't going to
Oh,
go
my
through
apologies.
141 pages.
Yeah, very good.
Did Kouri Richins discuss the book with her family?
Yes. I'm sorry. Yes. Again, in text messages that we found on her phone, there she has discussions with her family members about it.
Scott, 2-112, please. Is this a February 28th, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her brother DJ?
Yes. And again, Miss Richins is in green and DJ is in blue.
Is this an accurate depiction?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-112.
Object to 40143 and hearsay, Your Honor.
Jesus Christ.
Defendant's objections are overruled. Are you asking for the same instruction, Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Okay. 2-112 is admitted.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
The big one. What's the big one? So this wasn't never for the boys. This was for you.
Scott, 2-113, please.
Watch the interview that y'all just claimed wasn't authentic. But she telling people to go ahead and watch. Didn't do none of the work. We haven't gotten all to the curse ones. I would say be creative in your cursing.
Detective, is this a March 8th, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her mother?
Yes.
Is Kouri Richins in green and her mother in blue?
Yes.
Is this an authentic depiction?
Yes, it is.
I'm not an
Your Honor, the state
affiliate
moves
yet.
to
To
that
my understanding, let me finish
evidence.
researching. It goes into a pot until I am, or until I meet the qualifications.
Defendant's
I
objections
think
are
the sub
overruled.
goes to them, and then once an affiliate, there's another pot
14
for me.
submitted.
Oh, a read out loud? Sure. What's the name of the book? She's talking to her mama. Kouri asks, "Where are you?" To mom. That was a picture of the book. That was a no. It's not on Amazon yet. You coming in? Okay, that one says okay. Kouri says, "I'll let you know." Everybody saying bye. Everyone say bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye, Mom.
All right. See you later.
Bye,
Say
Mom.
bye. Look at your head. Say bye.
Bye.
Those top ones. All right. You had to go pick up the shelves. Okay. Can you close that for me? Oh, y'all leaving?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's keep going. Haha, I don't know what I was thinking. That's empty. Where is ya? YA? I don't know. Kouri says, working in the office.
Scott, 2-114,
Ooh.
please.
Mr. Copy and Paste.
Oh, Your Honor, we took it down because it was being published.
They headed to Mama's, honey. They get to go be with their
Thank you.
puppies.
Thank you.
Listen, you giving her Donna?
Sir, is this a March 22nd, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her brother DJ?
Yes, and just like before, Kouri Richins is the green bubbles and DJ is the blue bubbles.
Is this an accurate depiction?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 2-114 and publish.
For a 143 hearsay, we don't need the instruction. Thank you, Your Honor.
Scott, would you zoom in for a minute? Understood. I misread it. Okay. Zoom back out so I can see the number. My apologies. Defendant's objections to states 2-114 are overruled. 2-114 is admitted and published.
All right. I think, what's this? Another text thread between Kouri and her brother. So Kouri says, yay, yay. Yep, think Carter Kouri sounds better. How much do you make per book? That's from brother. It sounds way better. Oh my God, they would die. It would be so funny. DJ says, yes, it would. Kouri says, so on Amazon, I only make $5.35 a book. They print and ship. I'm working on a website that you can buy the book through, and I'll make $10 a book. Brother says, nice. Yeah, the next 30 days are just extreme marketing. My goal is to sell 100,000 books by the end of the year. 10K off this book?
Your Honor, may we approach on a legal issue?
Of course.
$100,000 books in 7 months, $10 a pop with her own website. Now, if she does them through her own website, then you have to print them. She just said Amazon was doing the printing and the shipping. You still think you're going to make $10 a book if you have to print it, pack it, ship it? You need workers. You about to get that man and that dog to leave the flip and go pack up the books? You good?
Yeah, grabbing a blanket up the right.
Oh. Kouri got dreams, though. Live your dreams. It's not as hard as it may seem. Live your dreams, Sarah. To be honest, even if she made 10K off the book by the end of the year, what 10K, the extra 10K in a year is wonderful for anybody. But for Kouri, by the time she did this interview, no, that was by September, right? So she probably used about half of the money by now. 10K with her bills. And what was her book supposed to be about? $10K with her bills. She wouldn't put a dent in her debt. She did. Well, we know she did at least put a dent in the what was it? There were some liens. So we know she paid like 600. Did she pay like 600K? She turned that 10K into negative 50. I'm not playing with you, Keisha. We know she know how to give away the money though, baby.
Please rise for the jury.
Now we just got here an hour ago. Don't start no mess.
Have a seat, folks. Ms. Nestor.
Yes, sir.
Mr. O'Driscoll's part of the
That's fine.
investigation. Okay.
That's fine.
You can talk to Detective O'Driscoll during the break. Folks, we're going to take a break until 2:10. Thank you. Court's in recess.
All right. Court's in recess. Kouri. So we have a book. We have a projected book. This is the first time that I have ever heard of I guess he just need like 5 minutes. What do we think Kouri's book was about? Let's talk about it. Let's talk. What was Kouri writing? Her life. Now we saw that third person retreat essay that she wrote. She might have a good story because the daddy had problems. Then she said he fell asleep at the wheel, took out and hit a cop, got 6.5 years for that. Her mama was a compulsive gambler, according to Kouri, and allegedly end up eventually losing everything, house, cars, and all. We know in those text messages she said that she had to spend her time as a child scrubbing toilets for the snooty people in Park City, and now she owned property in Park City. So we kind of got that part from some text messages, or her vulnerability with boyfriend Grossman. Then she marries, goes to college, thinks she's going to be feeling better about having some education up under her belt. That didn't help. She got with Eric, got married. That didn't help. She said thought first kid would make her happy. That didn't help. She thought second kid would make her happy. That didn't help. She graduated from college. Then she thought maybe if she went to graduate school and elevated herself, that would help, and it didn't. Third kid, she said she was spiraling. She was worse than ever. And all the while, her husband is telling her, "You need me. You're selfish." And something else. What do you call her? Selfish and something else? And she just wanted happiness. Then she opens a business. And I'm sorry, but if somebody was constantly telling me how much I needed them, the last thing I would have asked them for is a loan. But that just... Yeah, I'm sorry. You don't get to look me in my face and tell me how much I need you and I can't do shit without you. And then I don't care how bad I needed you. I made it another way. I done went and flipped houses with somebody as a partner before I came in and got you in on flipping the houses. You wouldn't have been able to lay claim on a brick I built. But that's crazy. I would not be married to somebody who didn't appreciate my existence. And again, I don't know that Eric didn't appreciate her existence. We're just talking about what Kouri said, because unfortunately, possibly due to Kouri, Eric is not here to tell us shit. Oh, excuse me. I got too much pride to turn around and ask you for anything after that. Listen, baby, I wouldn't ask you to piss on me if I was on fire. I wouldn't. Let me tell you something. The way so it also makes me think most people who end up in situations like that, and again, we can't say all, and I'll be the first to say I'm not qualified to say what someone should or should not have done or what I would have done, because I have not been in that situation. Well, I not to that extent, right? But Where her daddy at? Like after 6.5 years, where was he at? Right. And then you still got your mama. You still lean on your mama. You still got your brothers. Like, I would expect this to be the situation of somebody who does not have their parents, lost their parents, doesn't have contact with their family, whole family is dependent on her, something of that nature. But usually ain't nobody in the world got more mouth than a girl with brothers. Who you talking to? I call my brother. Like, brothers and cousins. And especially one with a daddy. Who you talking to? Like, I'm not going to sit here and let you whoop me down mentally. And I got a brother that's going to have my back. I might not live in the house with their daddy, but they'd be in the house with two uncles. You know, like, so it's, who knows what was going on. And I don't think Kouri would give me her real name if you asked her. It's tough. It's tough. It's tough. It ain't so tough that I don't think you forged that man's signature on that insurance and on that HELOC. This one isn't about the HELOC, though. I understand it's 2 counts of insurance fraud and the forgery. They got that. Unfortunately, I feel like her lawyer, Miss Nestor, gave him that. Don't do this to me, Laura. Don't do this to me, Laura. Laura out here doing math. Oh, and A squared plus B squared is giving C squared. I'm not. The other thing, but the other thing that scares me more than anybody is a person that cross their best friend. You know what? Don't nobody know your business in your life like your best friend. Not your husband or your spouse. Not your best friend knows some things that don't nobody else know but God. And she did her best friend like that to the tune of $45,000 and $2,900 per month for over a year, for a year and a half, and just let her end up ass out with nothing to show for it. No heads up, lied to her about the deed, had her at a fake closing. It's one thing to do me dirty, but to do just enough so I don't question you as a friend. That right there is a level of low. You will best friend. I know that there are best friends out there that they know good and well their friend is entertaining 4 people. And before they say anything out of line to those 4 people, they will just have 4 brothers-in-law. They will just have 4 brothers-in-law, and each one will feel just as special and think that's their sister before she out that woman to them 4 people. Every brother I have a nickname. They'll have text messages. They might even have a couple of pictures out and about. She'll run interference, give alibis. Like, so really said to the grave, to the best friend, to the end. And it's just like, that's the person you like, you don't give up. Because I'm sure best friend has facts about Josh Grossman that don't nobody else know. I bet Josh Grossman had. I would love to see the text messages between Josh Grossman and Chelsea. Because the only thing getting more down and dirty than a best friend chat is a siblings chat, if you like that with your siblings. And I always tell, Tiff Ann said, if I go, take my phone and eat it. Don't keep it. Just eat it. Like, you eat it. Don't.
No, Your Honor.
Listen, LaPanda. Our sibling chat might get us kicked out of the family. Tiff said ain't no legacy on hers. Eat it. Listen, and that friends group chat. Baby, I'd rather you can go through my whole phone. Just don't touch that group chat.
Detective, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Detective, did your investigation eventually lead you to Carmen Lauber?
Yes, it did.
How?
This is a bit of a long-winded answer, so I'll try to just go step by step. We had the information from the autopsy, the tox results, as I mentioned. We had just gotten the downloads from Miss Richins and Eric's phones, and we're starting to go through them. We started comparing what was in the phones with phone billing records for their carriers. We found discrepancies between what was in the phone billing records and what was actually in Miss Richins' phone as far as call logs and text messages. We started looking at the most frequently contacted phone numbers in Miss Richins' phone and in Eric's phones. We found that there were a high number of communications between Miss Richins and the phone number for Carmen Lauber. So we started looking into Carmen Lauber and found that she had a history of drug use and drug distribution. We found that she was on drug court probation in Wasatch County. My partner, Detective Maynard, actually had previous involvements.
Of Eric Richins' obituary.
Yes.
What?
Scott, can I get 8-15 split screened with 8-16?
Nick Bon Savage was also.
2 messages on your phone.
It jumped,
long-winded
guys.
answer,
Sorry.
So I'll try to just go step by step. We had the information from the autopsy, the tox results, as I mentioned. We had just gotten the downloads from Miss Richins and Eric's phones, and we're starting to go through them. We started comparing what was in the phones with phone billing records for their carriers. We found discrepancies between what was in the phone billing records and what was actually in Miss Richins' phone as far as call logs and text messages. We started looking at the most frequently contacted phone numbers in Miss Richins' phone and in Eric's phones. We found that there were a high number of communications between Miss Richins and the phone number for Carmen Lauber. So we started looking into Carmen Lauber and found that she had a history of drug use and drug distribution. We found that she was on drug court probation in Wasatch County. My partner, Detective Maynard, actually had previous involvements with Carmen, knew a little bit about her. We started looking at who else was, or I'm sorry, we spoke with investigators from Wasatch County that were familiar with Carmen's case, and then learned that Mr. Nick Bonsavage was also in drug court with her, and that they were pretty good friends. We started pulling phone billing records for Mr. Bonsavage and found that he had a high number of contacts, communications with the Gunnison State Prison. And so we went to the Gunnison State Prison and requested the phone calls between inmates and Mr. Bonsavage. We started listening to those phone calls because they're all recorded. And we found an instance where Mr. Bonsavage was speaking to an inmate on the phone, and they were discussing getting an Xbox controller for the inmate. And he said, either you buy it or have Carmen buy it and I'll pay you back. Nick said something to the effect of, no, I can't have Carmen do it. I just tried to give her money the other day, and she told me that she had just made a bunch of money selling illicit street drugs. So that obviously, and that phone call took place on March 4th, the day that Eric died. So that gave us more reason to look into Carmen Lauber. We started surveilling her. As part of our investigation into her, we collected the trash from her home. And in going through the trash, we found drug paraphernalia, specifically tin foil with burn marks and residue on it. And based on my training experience, that's indicative of somebody smoking a substance off of the tin foil. Based on that information, we then applied for a search warrant.
At this point, I'm going to object to a narrative.
Oh, I'm sorry, a moment.
You mad because he getting into it? Because now it's starting to make some sense. And
Based
who
on that
got an
information
Xbox
we had
in the
collected, we
jailhouse?
wrote a search
You are on
warrant
punishment.
for Carmen Lauber's residence, for her vehicle, and for her person. And that included, among other things, cell phones.
Did you execute that search warrant on April the 26th, 2023?
Yes,
And did you personally execute the portion involving searching Carmen Lauber's home?
yes, I did.
Did you find any evidence of a crime in her home?
Yes, in Miss Lauber's bedroom, we found THC products, paraphernalia, and a firearm under her bed.
And as it relates to Miss Lauber specifically, what was the problem with the firearm?
She was a convicted felon, and by state statute, she's not allowed to be in possession of a firearm.
When searching Carmen Lauber's room, did you also find a newspaper clipping of Eric Richins' obituary?
Yes.
Scott, can I get 8-15 split screened with 8-16, please?
So they didn't just say, hey, you've been around her, so we want her, you tell on her. They found out she had just came into some money. Making
There is actually a
sales.
photograph on the left. It's labeled 8-15R. An accurate depiction of a photograph of Eric Richins' obituary in Carmen Lauber's room.
That's old people
Yes, it
stuff.
is.
My great grandma used to do that.
8-16R, the photograph on the right, an accurate depiction, just the same obituary, but just a closer view.
Yeah, zoomed in from the original, correct?
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-15 and 8-15R and 8-16R.
No objection.
815R and 816R are admitted.
Detective, what was your impression of kind of the collection of material on the left?
Based on knowing that Carmen was in drug court and knowing a little bit about that, how that program works, it seems like she had all of these inspirational quotes that helped motivate her through her progression in drug court, and amongst them were photos of her loved ones, her family, and then amongst all of that was Eric Richins' obituary.
Dead center, wasn't it?
Yep, right in the middle of the mirror.
Thanks, Scott. Can I get 8-18, please? Detective, is this an accurate depiction of
It
a
does.
photograph
Keisha.
of
It
the
does.
C&E hat that you found in Carmen Lauber's room?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-18.
No objection.
8-18 is admitted.
And then can you, Scott, zoom in? There we go.
Yeah, that's the C&E stonemasonry logo on that gray hat.
Thank you, Scott. Simultaneous with your search of Carmen Lauber's home, did another deputy stop Carmen Lauber while she was driving?
Yes, we planned it that way because we had a warrant for Carmen's person and her vehicle as well.
Did that deputy seize her phone?
Yes.
During that stop, did that deputy find evidence of a crime?
Yes, he found that Carmen was driving on a suspended license.
Did he arrest her for driving on a suspended license?
Yes, he did.
Did that stop occur in Wasatch County?
Yes.
Did that deputy then book Carmen Lauber into the Wasatch County Jail?
Yes, he did.
Did you and Detective Maynard then interview Carmen Lauber at the Wasatch County Jail?
Yes, we interviewed her several times over a number of days.
What was your approach to interviewing her?
So as I said before, my partner, Detective Maynard, had previous involvement and knowledge of Carmen Lauber. He knew that she had a history of self-preservation and offering information in exchange for help with her charges. So we knew that going into it. But on top of that, after serving the warrant on her home and being in her bedroom, finding Eric's obituary, it was apparent to me that she probably had some level of guilt or concern over her possible involvement in Eric's death.
Object to speculation and move to strike and non-responsive.
Jesus. Oh, how you feel?
Just the last part.
Okay. Can you be specific about the content of the last part you're moving to strike?
How he assumed Carmen felt by what he saw.
Okay. That part is struck as speculation. Take it from there, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, can I argue that?
Yeah, why don't you go approach?
A criminal informant, Hannah. A CI is a criminal informant. Criminal informant, confidential informant. But she do shit, and instead of cleaning up her act, she just go ahead and offer information for time. She give information, and they don't give her no time. And Laura gives synonyms. But yeah, but that's crazy. But I guess to go ahead and put it out there that she had a history of this, which is, I mean, the defense didn't say she had a history of self-preservation, but they damn sure said she was going to do whatever she had to do to stay out of jail. So who said it earlier? Was it Kendra? Somebody said earlier that they didn't believe that she had any that they didn't give Carmen much credibility, or her testimony much credibility. That may add it Not that she was just in the situation where she was just going to try not to go to jail. So there's a possibility that she would say something that may not be the most truthful thing to say because she was trying to keep her own self out of jail. And then we learned in the YSL trial where Woody was saying he said things because he thought everybody else was going to be fine because he was the one with no money and couldn't afford a lawyer. So he figured that the other people, they'd be all right to fight because they can afford a lawyer. So Carmen could have thought, hey, you know, because it looks like Kouri was pretty damn good at people not knowing she wasn't successful, right? So Carmen could have also thought the Woody thing that, hey, it wasn't me, it was her, and she can get her a lawyer. But to hear that she had a history of it, who asked Carmen to told on? That means she said Carmen has a history of self-preservation, and we knew that going in. So you knew anything you told her to say. She said, just write it down, I'll sign it. So, yeah, whoever said that earlier, it would seem like you wouldn't have to keep telling on people if you just straighten the hell up. If you just stop. If you just stop the damn nonsense, you wouldn't have to ratatouille.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I misunderstood Ms. Nestor's objection. My granting of the motion to strike was incorrect. You may consider Detective O'Driscoll's testimony, give it whatever weight you see fit.
He took it back.
So in addition to what you believe to be Carmen Lauber's motive for self-preservation, upon seeing Eric Richins' obituary, am I right that you thought she might also have some motivation related to her potential involvement in Eric Richins' death?
Correct. That was my impression.
What did you tell Carmen Lauber when you first interviewed her?
When we first spoke to Miss Lauber, we sat down with her. We explained that what we had found in her home would potentially violate her conditions of her drug court, which would put her on the hook for, I believe, multiple felony charges of distribution that she was in drug court for, as well as the new charges with the firearm and the paraphernalia and THC products. We told her that we were investigating Eric Richins' death and that we believe that she may have information about his death that could be helpful to us. And we told her that if she was willing to speak to us about any information she might know, that we could help her with her charges in Wasatch County, as well as the new charges from the execution of the search warrant.
Did you then immediately question her?
No, we didn't ask her any questions at that time. We told her that this was the situation. We wanted her to think on whether or not she wanted to participate in our proposal and talking with us, and then we let her sit and think on it for a few days.
How many times have you interviewed drug dealers?
Dozens, if not over 100 times.
Was anything about interviewing Carmen Lauber more difficult than interviewing most drug dealers?
Yes, there was more time that had elapsed since the incident that we were talking to her about than what is typical for our interviews. So she had trouble with memory, remembering details of what had happened. And then again, what I spoke about earlier, she had a history of self-preservation. So she tended to minimize her involvement and hold back as much as she could, which is typical of drug dealers that we talk to. They won't give you any more than they have to until they feel like they need to.
Did Carmen Lauber initially inform you that she bought drugs for Kouri Richins?
Not initially. Like I said, she very much minimized her involvement. When she first started talking about it, she said, there's a little bit that I know, and I want to help you with the little bit that I know. But then as we asked her more questions and got more into it, she was more forthcoming with the information that she had, and ultimately told us that Miss Richins had contacted her to ask her for pain pills.
And did she ultimately tell you that she bought drugs on Kouri Richins' behalf from Susan Kohler and from a friend of Nicole Cummings named Robert Crozier.
Yes.
Did she appear that she wanted to cooperate but was having difficulty remembering timeline and details regarding the drug transactions?
Object to leading.
Overruled.
Not only did
Why
it
did
appear
you
that
roll
way, but she
her
was
eyes like
explicit in
that?
saying that several times, that she was having difficulty remember, but wanted to help with what she could.
At various points during your interview, did you provide Kouri Richins with information to jog her memory?
I believe you meant Carmen Lauber. You said
I'm
Kouri
sorry,
Richins.
Carmen Lauber.
Yes, we provided content from her phone. We provided her with phone billing records that had timestamps that helped us establish a timeline. We showed her maps. We showed her property records. Anything that we could find that would mostly help us establish a timeline and order of events.
Did you stress to Carmen Lauber that she needed to be truthful?
Yeah, several times we told her that we didn't want her to try to make things up, that only tell us what she remembered and only tell us what was truthful. And then we also stressed that we needed a great deal of detail in the things that she was telling us, not vague comments.
Did you tell her that you did not want her to speculate on anything?
More leading, object.
Overruled.
Yes, I believe there are multiple instances in the transcripts and the videos that show when we said, don't try to guess at what we're asking you. Only tell us what you can remember.
Did you stress to Carmen Lauber that you needed to corroborate any information that she provided?
Yes, we were explicit in telling her that any kind of immunity or assistance or help that she would get from prosecutor's office would be dependent on not just her telling us what she knew, but giving us information that would allow us to corroborate that information.
And did you stress to her that you needed details, in particular, details to corroborate the information?
Object to leading.
Overruled.
Yes, and that discussion got deeper and deeper the more we talked to her. We kept stressing we need more detail. These are the type of details that we need, and it just kept going from there.
Did you and/or Detective Maynard interview Carmen Lauber 6 times between April the 27th, 2023 and May the 13th, 2023?
Yes, I wasn't there for every single one, but either myself or Detective Maynard was, yes.
Why 6 interviews?
As we spoke to Miss Lauber, she would give us information that she could remember. We would take that information back and work on corroborating it with other evidence, phone records, other details from other witnesses. And then we would go back, we would ask her more questions, try to get more information, more details. It was just a step-by-step iterative process that took several days until we felt like we had the complete picture of what her involvement was.
Did those interviews total about 10 hours?
I believe so, yes.
Were they audio and video recorded?
Yes.
Have you reviewed transcripts of those?
Jesus.
Yes, I have.
Do those transcripts total about 900 pages?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you listen to defense counsel's cross-examination of Carmen Lauber regarding your and Detective Maynard's interviews?
I did.
Did you observe how defense picked certain sentences throughout the 900 pages?
Yes.
In the full context of the interviews, do you believe that those few sentences fairly and accurately depicted the tone and tenor of your interview?
Object, Your Honor.
What's the basis of the objection?
He's trying to make impeachment sound improper, and it's totally not improper. It is.
Don't make speaking objections. Are you objecting to the form of the question?
Yes.
What is the objection to the form of the question?
Your Honor, we object to the form of the question on the grounds that it is seeking a legal conclusion, on the grounds that it is leading, and on the grounds that it is calling for speculation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
No, I don't feel like those segments that they picked out at all represented our interviews with Carmen.
Do you think that those segments without context are misleading?
Object to leading.
Ma'am.
Overruled.
Ah!
You may answer.
Yes, I believe they're misleading.
One of those segments said,
She pissed.
quoted you saying that you needed details to ensure that Kouri Richins will get convicted of murder, and that shortly thereafter, Carmen Lauber asked for blueprints. What was the context of that discussion?
So as I said before, when we were discussing with Carmen, it was very slow moving at first. And we were trying to emphasize to her the level of detail that we needed to be able to offer her something from the prosecution's office for her cooperation. And part of that emphasis was trying to describe to her the level of detail that would be needed in a courtroom. And it was probably poor choice of words in hindsight. But that was what we were stressing, is the type of information that is acceptable to be used in a court.
Defense counsel also picked the words "get out of jail free" card that Detective Maynard uttered. What was the context of "get out of jail free" card?
So the comment that Detective Maynard made was coupling her, referencing whatever prosecution would offer her in exchange for her testimony, coupled with the fact that there was now a family that didn't have a brother, that didn't have a son, and the importance of the investigation into Eric's death as opposed to any subsequent drug investigations that Ms. Lauber was involved in.
Defense counsel also picked the words from Carmen Lauber. Can you guys write it down and I will sign it? What was that context?
We were trying to get Carmen to complete a written statement to go along with the scattered information that we had been receiving through our interview process, so that we could establish a more chronological timeline. And she was expressing concerns about not wanting to be writing things down in front of other inmates in the cell block. So she wanted us to write it down instead.
And what did you say?
We said, no, that's not the way it works.
Scott, can I get, please, 8-58R?
Oh, that's why she wanted it.
Is this a video of
Y'all believe that?
various portions of your May 2nd, 2023 interview of Carmen Lauber that we have just discussed?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to publish 8-58R.
Just the ones we've already discussed, the objections, Your Honor.
Would you approach frontline?
Which ones? Like, say it. Good God Almighty. What do y'all think about that? Do y'all think that's true? Do y'all think that's true? Because we know when Carmen was on there, Carmen said, just write it down and I'll sign it. You saying she didn't want to look like a big snitch.
As ruled on by the court on the record, is admitted.
Your Honor, can I just make 8-58, D for demonstrative, R for redacted, DR.
8-58DR.
That's because he didn't deserve it. Like, it's just not me. Like, I can tell you, yes, I affected people's life by selling dope.
Right.
Okay, I affected my own life by doing dope.
What I'm getting at,
No, whether it was intentionally, whether he had a bad problem, or whether he was hurt, I don't know.
Mhm.
But either way, if it was done purposely, he didn't deserve that. But
totally
I
agree.
don't know that for sure because I don't know their personal situation.
Totally agreed.
So I would never do that ever to anybody.
I'm saying that we're gonna need you to really settle down and maybe even
I
take a
mean,
pad and paper
even if I
and
get
try to
out
write out
tomorrow,
some
whatever, we
details.
meet again, I can go through
Well, we're gonna talk
whatever.
about that too.
If I need to go through whatever I need to go through and figure it out.
But you know what I'm saying?
I can do
These details that you're giving us are kind of hazy.
That's because
and
it's to me.
And it's common for people to try to kind of minimize their own involvement, but we're not interested in smacking you with this. But
Mm.
at the end of the day, it was the reason we're here. This is a
Like, I don't know if I
this
should
is a
reach out to
homicide
Susan Kohler and
investigation.
say, hey, do you know about approximately the time when I got those pills from you? I don't know if she's going to.
Probably not a good idea. But I'm just saying, we're gonna need you to kind of settle down and think about details and timelines. Because we understand that you weren't a part of, conspiring with
Yeah.
Kouri. But the details about everything we've been talking about are gonna be important.
Right.
The homicide investigation.
Oh, that's not good word.
Yeah, it is.
That is another
It's
word.
something that like none of us are used to, right? We don't do it that
Thank
often.
you.
It's pretty crazy for us too,
Yeah,
not just you to think about, like, it's crazy.
yeah, no, yeah.
So right now, we're in a good place to where we've got the information that we were hoping you had and needed from you, right? But there's a difference between us knowing and understanding what happened and us being able to present that to prosecutors who have to present it to a courtroom, who have to present it to a jury, right? That has to be way more detailed down the line the further it gets into the system, the process.
Right.
Okay, so that's what we need your help with at this point, is nailing down all those details. And like Eric said, if that means have you fill out something in writing and, oh shoot, that's not how it happened, scratch it out, rewrite it, whatever you need to do, right? Write down something as far as you remember it right now. And then we can work on the details as we continue to talk about it, as we check phone records, as we, do all our part, our side to corroborate what you're saying, right? And I think a good starting point for that is a written statement. For you to sit down and write out what you told us in the best order that you can remember. with
And my
details.
favorite, now, everything I just told you, I probably won't remember what order I told you in.
It's okay, and that's fine, because you know what, we want to make sure we get the right story. And so the way you're remembering it is all you can give us. You can't make something up that you don't remember, right?
Right.
So just tell us what
That's
you
why
remember.
I can't remember.
Even if it's like, I remember it was cold outside, I remember there was.
Like I said, I
snow on the ground.
remember there was, because it was very light snow, like I said. It wasn't something that I had to wear boots in or anything.
When does the time change now? When did we go? March?
Or April.
Is it March 15th?
Yeah, something like that.
So,
That's
It was
crazy.
dark.
Time
I
just
had to-
changed.
Cause I didn't even know where this house was. So I had to use
so
Google
what
Maps, I wanna
time of the
say.
day was it? I mean, if it was dark.
It was towards the
5:30.
evening.
So afternoonish evening,
No. It was darker because I had to use the light on the car.
Don't need the fire pit or.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I
That's
said,
what
really.
is the driveway.
She was
And pulled.
up there with
the light
giraffe's ass,
on the
okay?
fire pit, like,
She was elevated.
This is the house. And if I'm coming that way, and I know I turned right.
Oh, I
And
haven't been to
honestly, it was right
Chili's
there,
in a
it was
while.
right there in the slant, and there was just it wasn't a big fire pit, like, it was a tiny fire pit, it wasn't like, probably, those white cinder blocks, not cinder blocks.
That's the beautiful thing on StreamYard. It mixes
Yeah,
both
yeah.
chats together.
It wasn't big, it wasn't a big deep one,
A shallow one.
real, yeah, like, I wanna say there was like maybe 2 or 3.
And all the chats should come up. I can make the chats a little bit bigger. Y'all tell me if y'all
What was packaged in? Didn't just leave it loose, that have rubber bands around it.
if that looks better for you guys.
Was the envelope marked with like a bank or just like plain white envelope?
It didn't have nobody's name, didn't have nothing on it, it was just up against, like in the fire pit, yeah.
That's way out there. Now let's try this
I have a
one.
question, thinking about all your
We'll leave it
communications with
there.
Kouri, you
Eric,
know,
can we pause it for just one moment?
Sure. Just let us do the approach.
Looks good. Okay, boom. We can see, everybody can see everybody. Now, not too much on tweed. I got a couple tweed little outfits over here, okay? Not too much on tweed. Not too much on the tweed, but she just make it hard to love, don't she? Oh, excuse me. They just, Kouri, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I'm wondering
Scott,
I'm wondering
On the phone.
how Kouri feels about all this.
Maybe anything like that.
I wouldn't even know how to operate a cloud.
Okay. Would it be in your phone?
I have no idea.
Like-
You guys have all my phones, I am.
Like, did you erase?
I mean, that's what I was told.
That's why I asked you about them being deleted, because
I don't know,
you
those
can see
are
on your
those
phone.
things, I mean, you guys.
Well, I think that's a fair question, Carmen, and we're getting down to the brass tacks of this, and so I feel like we owe it.
Ellie and
Don't
Esther.
worry about what we do know. What we do know is within a day or two after Eric dying, you got a new phone. Okay,
I think that's because that one died.
possibly. We also know that there are texts between you and Kouri that were deleted. I guess I delete them too. Again, we're not looking to put new charges on you, but we're getting down to that area. We're gonna need to be more open and honest with each other, because there's things that we're talking to you about that conflict with some evidence that we have to an extent. And again, I'm not here to beat you over the head with it. As a cooperating witness, that information is actually really good for you. And frankly, it's now a good time to kind of talk to her about the conversation I had with Kay. So here's where it's at with McKay and your drug court, okay? They are looking for, and it's gonna be upsetting, but let me finish. They're looking to pull your drug court deal and ask for 7 years on your two first. 5 years for the one felony, and then a 40% portion for the second, for 7 years. The only exception to that, and the
I wonder if Kouri told her to get rid of that phone.
to kind of help you out with, is if you can help us out with this.
And by help, he means like, give us the details that will ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder.
Oh my God.
This is a serious case, Carmen. I'm not
That is
trying.
way more of my.
I know, and listen,
Don't freak out. Okay?
I'd be
This is
freaking
not
out. Hit the
process.
slow, child. Hit
And this
the
is a
slow.
good thing, and this
We're
is
here to
good
help
news
you.
for you. So there's one more consideration that McKay has. Do you need a minute?
No, go.
And this is kind of funny because,
It's nothing funny
well,
about it.
the second part
Really
is,
on
it
the
looks like you
I'm
guys
looking on
figured
the-
out how
on the
and when
iPad
people are
guide.
gonna test, looking at your text messages. You and Bonsack.
and like I can see how it looks when you apply. It looks
Fucking
really
awesome. I
nice.
wanna know how you did it. Are you tracking with me, what I'm saying?
I'm
We
catching what you're throwing, believe me.
we need hard details. There's no more
I'm
screwing
going
around.
to do whatever, because I've struggled so hard to get with where I'm at.
That's great motivation.
And I literally want to complete drug court, and I want to move out of state. I want to leave all this behind,
Oh, that's the only way you get
my
people out
past.
of your life.
Like, I don't want no ties with nobody. I want to change my phone number. Me and Troy were talking about it. Like, completion of drug court, my sister's
I've seen that a lot, Kat. That maybe
I
Eric
told him you call him that. He
was
laughed.
asking.
Because you know you're known as Mr. Vegas.
I think that's what you need to do, Carmen.
I
You need to
like, even my daughter's
get
on
out of here
board.
and start over.
That would be great
he's
motivation.
an amazing
Get out of
person.
here.
I've never had someone that came in my life. Like,
That's a good thing.
I'm willing, like, day of graduation, I want to be gone. Like, I want to leave hiding house. I want no talk to nobody in my life. I don't.
We have some hurdles here. that
And
you-
that's why I said, I no longer want to work for the Corys. Doreen, sorry, Doreen Corey.
Do you think she about to
I
Casey
don't
Anthony
want-
this one?
I want to do what I can help do, what needs to be done to fix this.
Well, I feel like that as you were telling us that, you know, there was some talk about, can you get?
Oh, nothing get under Nancy's skin more than Casey Anthony.
Can you retell that story with all the detail you can remember?
I really can't, like, I just remember, I don't.
I don't
even
think she's
know
gonna
it
get
was-
off like she thinks she gonna get off.
Because like I said, I can barely remember some of it because it was so long ago.
I
But
don't
I
don't
want to say it
think
was
so.
Michael Jackson.
I'm not feeling the attempted M right
So
now.
tell me how that conversation would be structured. She sends you a text and she tells you
That money give crazy motives because she wasn't getting the dime unless he died.
She said it first to Michael Jackson, and that I know because.
And so tell me how that would have been said, because I didn't know Michael Jackson died.
I didn't know he did either, like I said.
I knew it was a drug overdose, but like, not specifically fentanyl.
Was it?
You didn't say, I just looked it up.
Look it up, because I'm curious too, but,
So the thought was insinuated that she wanted you to get something that somebody could die from.
I know one thing, that when we got one, it wasn't dark enough. I don't even know how fentanyl really goes.
So there was a couple of, there was several transactions.
There was one,
Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
I can see it in your face.
Several transactions.
So I wanted, it's so confusing, but, okay. So I want to say when she asked, but like I said, I can't remember when you think.
We'll give you all the time in the world you need to think and remember, Carmen, but
it's
I just want you, I want you to know that if you're gonna work with us.
Carmen pushed it out.
So even if you had like pieces.
Trying to keep the goods she was supposed to pass off.
You're the biggest piece.
I don't want to be that big piece.
Well, the good news is that big piece helps you out
And
tremendously.
that's what, like I said,
You hold all the
I
cards.
love Eric. He was a damn good dude, and he didn't,
I
he
don't-
done intentionally.
Even with the forgery and the insurance that's on this case, I-
Based on this.
I'm not sold on the attempted because nothing came up to sandwich but the conversations. But the M,
When I get that.
I'm not at not guilty. I'm not all the way at guilty, but I damn sure ain't at not guilty for this murder.
That's
Them
what
little
it
boys
appears.
love their daddy.
I'm sure they did.
I mean, I've seen it. Eric was that was his prized possession, them boys were his everything. And people complain about he was gone all the time, or he worked so much, but you know what? At the end of the day, when he come in, them boys were there. And he was, like I said, that it weighed heavy on me.
What, so we need you to start getting this on paper. What's gonna happen tomorrow with your OSC hearing? McKay is, you're gonna appear for it. McKay's just.
Yeah, I'm not basing it on Carmen
To speak to it, to get us a date.
or Robert.
Okay.
So we're gonna come back.
Because if
tomorrow.
Carmen wasn't
Maybe
telling
put it up
the
this week.
some of the
I think
truth,
we can get
it wouldn't line up
as
with
far
that
as our end of it as
location.
quickly as we
The
can.
GPS wouldn't line up with it.
I know this is
That's where I'm
something-
on.
I am
Remember-
concerned about sending paperwork back with you and your cell, because then everybody's gonna be like, what's that?
Yeah.
So y'all suggested the paperwork with the sale. I'm not. That sounds like you just suggested it, mother sucker. Now, I'm not really. I don't trust Carmen's recollection of things, nor do I trust the dealer that don't deal in memory. I don't trust either of their recollections. What I do know, though, is if they weren't telling some of the truth or a piece of the truth, that GPS wouldn't line up for those days, right? The GPS would not line up with those text messages. The only person who was sporadic was the dealers, because he had a different phone carrier. That phone carrier don't track GPS on text messages, only phone calls. So he only popped up in phone calls, but they definitely met up them couple of times. What was done or what wasn't done, she definitely met up with Kouri in those same time periods when she said, and then after that, they didn't meet up no more. So that would make me believe that there was deals and then no deal.
Can you guys just write it and I sign it?
Oh, no, that doesn't work that way. You know what I'm saying? Because this is gonna have to be your testimony.
Do I have to go to court? Well, that's what I just don't want to do.
Enjoy the shout out.
Detective, there's several references in that video to McKay. Who is McKay?
McKay King is a prosecutor with the Wasatch County Attorney's Office.
Oh, cold. I
He was
can't
the prosecutor.
blanket.
I believe so. He's the prosecutor that we talked to and dealt with.
Talk to in terms of getting immunity.
Correct.
There's one more statement that.
Gotta use this one because Denver stole my black one.
Picked out. That was that Detective Maynard said, the goal is to convict Kouri of aggravated murder. Do you recall the context for that statement?
Yes. Detective Maynard was speaking with Carmen about the possibility of having to appear before a grand jury. And he again was explaining to her that process and how that works and the details that they needed for that court hearing as well as an investigation. And he was trying to convey to her the level of detail that they needed.
Scott, can I get exhibit 8-62 Delta Romeo, please? Is this an accurate depiction of the May 12th, 2023 interview?
Probably depends.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to publish 8-62DR.
Previous objections, Your Honor.
Ooh, I like
Hold on.
stuff.
Okay. States 8-62DR is admitted and published.
And this is serious shit, but that's more up the chain serious shit. Like to the highest extreme, I think.
Well, but here's the thing, you've cooperated. At the end of the day, everybody is on the same page with, the goal is to convict Kouri for an aggravated murder. These parallel drug investigations, those aren't priority.
Right.
The shit goes on every day, everywhere. That's not what we're here for.
Oh, for real?
Oh,
That's
that
what
was
you're
the
telling?
prosecution, though. That made it.
Well,
Right.
that's why I had to clear this up, because I'm not gonna, give you an empty promise that
Right.
if it's bullshit, I'm not gonna say it.
So do I have to go down there Wednesday?
So yes, that's something totally different, than all of this. That is basically formalizing your testimony. This is street cop.
Right, loves for me. I've seen
That's where it's formalized with the grand jury.
body cam footage of a cop who accidentally touched it, going searching somebody's purse.
No.
Immediately fell to the ground. His partner had to get him to Narcan.
Detective, did you arrest Kouri Richins on May the 8th, 2023 pursuant to an arrest warrant?
Yes, I
You
did.
made it.
That same day, did detectives execute a search warrant on the Willow Court home?
Yes, the Richins home.
Were Kouri Richins and her sons living at the home?
You telling
at
them
that time?
home.
They were living there, but we planned the execution of our search warrant intentionally to avoid the boys being home, so we waited till after they went to school.
When detectives executed that warrant, did they recover an orange notebook from a nightstand in the master bedroom on Kouri Richins' side of the bed?
Yes.
Scott, exhibit 2-66, please.
Well, that was nice. Boys is traumatized enough, and then here comes some more cops.
You just scroll through that real quick.
Honor, can I speak to Mr. Bloodworth for a moment?
Mhm.
These are all possibilities, but the fact that everybody can find a possibility doesn't feel like it was strong. You said no, she can't talk to him. It's not exactly cooked yet, but it's a little half baked. Like it sounds good now. He's got an answer for everything. They've definitely prepped. And hasn't he been in the courtroom? Has he been in the, I thought he was in the courtroom.
Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a portion of that orange notebook?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-66R.
We renew all our previous objections that have been rolled on by the court already, Your Honor.
Understood. 2-66R is admitted and published.
All right, y'all. Says the day started out as a typical day. Ashton had a dentist appointment that morning to get a filling. filling put in for his cavity. After the dentist, we headed back home so Ashton could stay home with Weston A. Bailey, or maybe Ann Bailey, while I went to do my weekly volunteering at the school. Then that afternoon/evening, I made dinner. We all ate as usual and ended the night like any other evening. Around 8:30, I read the kids' books, and about 9, they all climbed into bed. Eric had been on his phone most of the evening in a texting war with a hunting guide. All right, so then we have a hunting guide from Mexico and a few other people trying to get his horns back to the U.S. Around 9:15, he was screaming mad at these guys and threw his phone. At that point, he said, "Let's go have a celebration drink." The following day, I was closing on a huge investment home in Midway. I had been working on this deal for 4 months, and closing day was finally here. And Eric and I were going to toast for the closing. We went into the kitchen and both started grabbing. Driscoll's the state's last witness. Yep. Why are you right? I've never journaled in this way. This is like journaling after the fact. Both started grabbing the ingredients for a Moscow Mule and lemon drop shot. So they did have the shot. He was going on and on about these guys in Mexico and was so mad about the entire situation. We oh goodness, something about going to the room, brushed our teeth as we both climbed into bed. We could hear Ashton moaning and tossing and turning. He was having a nightmare again. I told Eric I would go to sleep with him and try to calm him down. We kissed, said I love you and good night. And I went to Ashton's room and laid with him. 30 minutes later, I could hear Eric snoring, and I finally fell asleep. Baby, you wrote this after the fact, because how are you writing anything at 3:20? I've never... March 4th at 3:20? Ma'am, what? Hold on, guys. So he suggested the drink. So when did he ingest this? Heard him snoring. Okay. March 4th, 2022, 3:20 a.m. I woke up from sleeping with Ashton and went to crawl back in my bed. It was dark and awkwardly quiet. Eric snores more times than not, so I thought it was weird. I didn't hear anything. I crawled into bed and went on Eric's side of the bed and put my arm over him. He was cold, very cold, so I pulled the blanket up on him, but his body just felt so something. Ma'am, this is weird. He was cold, very cold, so I pulled the blanket up on him, but his body just felt so strange to me. It was heavy is the only word I can think to describe it. So I nudged him and said, Eric, Eric, nothing. I kept nudging him and just remembered the stiffness of his body. I jumped out of bed and ran to turn the lights on, and he was pale/yellow, mouth open. I grabbed my phone, called 911. I ran up to Eric to see if he was breathing or had a pulse, but he didn't. Panic sunk in. As I was talking to dispatch, she had me pull Eric to the floor to do CPR. You liar. As much as I didn't want him basically falling on the ground, I pulled him as hard as I could to get him down and began the CPR compressions until the EMT arrived. They immediately took over, getting out their, I think she means a defibrillator, but it says fibrillator, and started compressions. The worst part of all of it was when they were pumping his lungs and blood went everywhere. It's like a replay in my head, and it won't go away. Won't? You mean, lady? I began screaming at the EMTs that they weren't doing it right. He shouldn't be bleeding. How would I really know what is right and what is wrong? I have no idea. I screamed, cried, and just sat in the corner of the room by my dresser, rocking back and forth, hoping and praying this was a dream, fading in and out of the moment, hoping to go back to the night before where we were laughing, kissing, and saying goodnight. The EMT finally asked me to leave the room. He could see I was visibly upset and couldn't function. He took me to the living room and had me sit down. I couldn't. So they must have asked her, if there was someone I would like to call. I called my mom back to back to back until she finally picked up. I told her to come quick. The ambulance was here. Something is wrong with Eric. I was upset and crying still. I hung up and still paced back and forth until I finally just dropped to my knees praying this wasn't happening. At that point, the head EMT walked in to tell me that he didn't make it. We did all we could do, and I lost it. I immediately ran to the bathroom and began throwing up. During all of this, my kids had woken up, and I had quickly yelled for them to stay in their room. They knew something was up. They saw the ambulances and cop cars for what it seemed hours at this point. I could feel their fear through the walls, but yet didn't have the courage to dare see them or talk to them at this point. I was curled up around the toilet when my mom walked in with the EMT lady. I could tell she had no words and just read my back. She already knew he was gone. The EMT told her. I was distraught, so was she, and we couldn't even speak. She just started to say, what happened. But, hold on, guys. It says, I love you, good night. I went and slept with Ashton, and that was it. It just didn't make any sense. I told them, EMTs, I needed to call my father-in-law. They found my phone for me, and I did. I just said something was wrong with Eric. He needed to come over quick. I told him the ambulance was there, but he wasn't breathing. The odd thing about when I called Gene is it was about 3:45, 4 a.m. by the time, and he had sounded so perky on the hello when he answered, almost like he was expecting my call. Girl. So March 7th, they picked up the truck. March 12th, Cody cleared out the garage. March 14th, Cody took computers. March 4th, Eric passes away. March 5th, friends Bryce, Chelsea, Allie, Kay, Bree, Ronnie, Amy sleep over, have a few drinks, and reminisce. We laughed, we cried, danced all night. Okay. March 6th, I called the locksmith to open the safe to look for this green folder Katie was talking about. The safe code had been changed and I couldn't open it. Bryce, Amy, Chelsea, Allie, Bree, Ronnie slept over. Amy tried to stop me from opening it blank and the cops were called. March 8th, met with the funeral home, signed with something. March 11th was the funeral. March 22nd, Kouri starts counseling. March 26th, boys started counseling. April 11th, Detective Woody Riley called and asked to talk on the 12th or 13th. Sky told me to tell her the 14th. April 13th, search warrant on my house. March 28th, how you go from April and back to March? Filed first complaint, the trust for the house. Oh, goodness gracious. Chelsea checks phone records. We never spoke that night. January 13th, Jim drives red truck for oil change. Cody finds out and goes to get it. July 17th, found out about the private investigator. He was outside at my neighbor's while Carter's 10th birthday party was happening. September 7th, Amy driving by the house trying to take pictures. November 22nd, Katie files motion to bring boys in on the case. November 30th, first court hearing. Katie and Amy would not turn on cameras. Judge reschedules court for March 2nd to determine if kids need to be involved and if the PI has to follow subpoena and give us all their info. November 7th, Amy is served with subpoena. January 3rd, Mike Malrose gets interviewed. November 23rd of 2022, I find out Eric had
Detective O'Driscoll
what?
did, detectives also execute a search warrant at the Willow Court home on November the 7th, 2024.
Yes.
Scott, Exhibit 2-65, please. Is this an accurate depiction of a document recovered from the kitchen cabinet of the home pursuant to that search warrant?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-65.
No objection.
2-65 is admitted.
Eric home 6 to 6:30, fighting with the Mexican, drinking in bed, drank half, brushed teeth. I was in bed after I brushed. More talk through the doorway. Moscow mules, lemon water vodka. January through March 21st, gone. Funeral, didn't have my phone. Kids bed around 9. Drink around 9 p.m. In bed around 9:30, 9:45. Laid down. Instant heard Ashton, went in, came back at 3. The horns, he was trying to get the horns back from Mexico. I guess these is her jotting down her notes.
Did Kouri and Eric Richins exchange text messages regarding the Midway Mansion?
Yes. I believe those were located on Eric's phone.
Scott, Exhibit 2-17D, please.
So was this actually a timeline or was this the notes for her book? Because this seems crazy. She's getting that story together, and this is why she constantly told the same story, because she kept writing it down. Because was that the father-in-law there before? Who was the male on the 911 call before the EMTs got there? She was not doing the CPR when the EMTs got there. It was a male. So yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Is this for the book? Because you know, you can do like 50 Cent did on BMF and said we switched some of this stuff around for protection and this, that, and the other. So all this is fictional, but some of this shit might have really happened. Like, was this for the book? Because there's no way you about to tell somebody. You didn't told that lady you couldn't.
Is this an accurate depiction of a January 5th,
First responding officer.
2022 text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes. And the green bubbles are Eric and the blue bubbles are Miss Richins.
Can we have just one moment, please? Just a moment, Your Honor. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
if you tell this lady no one more time. Thank you as the first responder.
Okay, Your Honor, no objection at this time.
State moves to admit and publish 2-17D.
2-17D is admitted.
You said she needed better attorneys. Okay, there's a guy down here that is going to buy the sheep tag from Todd next year. And he tried to get the tag from me today and said I was crazy for not popping this ram we saw. He wasn't even big. How much money you got, bro? I'll sell it for $15K. Hey, while you're sitting there doing nothing, need your opinions. I know this may change what Jess said, but for now, I have to put together analysis for Matt, which is what I'm doing now because he has an investor that he's thinking will come on with the full 2.9. I need estimated costs for the following: exterior work, HVAC, plumbing, electrical, flooring, painting, sheetrock, pool, miscellaneous equipment, VR and golf, tile, and some other stuff. I have no idea. I would be way off trying to guess. What is that from the library? It's bedtime. Why are you still up? I need to have this done tonight. He has a meeting with him tomorrow. This is January 5th of 2022. Well, I think it will come out to about 6 million. Come on now, Eric. Oh my God, never mind. Ha, never mind. She misspelled never mind and rewrites never mind. To fix all the rotted plywood and everything else, $125,000. Exterior work, $650,000. HVAC was $200,000. Plumbing, $200,000. Electrical, $200,000. Flooring, $250K. Painting, $150K. Sheetrock, $150K. Pool, $300K. Miscellaneous climbing wall, basketball court, golf simulator, $600K. Towel, $125K. Cabinets, $150K. Appliances, $100K. Light fixtures, $50K. Finished work, $200K. And landscaping and driveway and pulling the sewer and electrical, $750K. Not sure what that adds up to, but that's my best guess. What is that? How much is that? What? Hold on, y'all. I'm sorry. I need a pic. I need this. Because what? And you already in the whole 3.4 million by the time you touch it? Baby? What? Just with landscaping, driveway, and the sewer, you at $750K. And we ain't even talked to the Army Corps engineer she got to talk to about that. Listen. And she don't even have a permit to boot. Thank you, kind sir. That's what I needed. You ain't even got a permit. And the last people lost the permits. You don't even know you won't get them. He said, go to bed. And love you. Some sort of attachment. Can't see it. Love you. Good night. Add $250K more to the driveway. Okay, cool, done. 4.45 million. Still not. Hold on, guys.
The transcript is.
Hold the fuck on.
Scott, 2-37D, please. Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a March 2nd, 2022 text message between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-37D.
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
2-37D is admitted.
And she thought she was about to take that 7 mil and flip it for 14. This is on March 2nd. Want to go grab lunch today in celebratory shot. I can't celebratory shot tonight. Got to do all this final paperwork this morning. Okay. And look here.
I want to turn now to some other text messages. Scott, 2-71R, please.
Listen, because does she have what? The only part of Snap she don't have right now is Drano in the biscuits.
Is this an accurate depiction of a
Because what?
May 24th, 2023 text message between Kouri Richins and her brother, DJ Kouri?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-71R.
No objection.
To be honest, Driscoll ain't helped me with nothing more than the trust did.
And published.
Anybody else feel the same? Did Eric ever talk about suicide? Not suicide specifically. He would always say things like, if anything ever happened to me, you guys will be set for life. Like when he would go hunting or snowmobiling or that kind of thing.
Thanks, Scott. Can I get 2-72R? Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a May 23rd, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her mother, Lisa Darden?
The date I'm seeing is May 31st,
Sorry, May 31st.
but yes, between Miss Richins and Lisa Darden.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 5-72R.
No objection.
5-72R is admitted.
He ain't a proctor. He ain't a proctor. Okay.
Two, I'm sorry.
Sorry, two.
Two.
2-72R. Yes.
That's, sorry about that.
Okay, this one says, oh, okay, cool. Hayden, who's that? The guy that worked for us? Yes. That's weird. About what? I hardly even know him. I helped him do a business license and get insurance one time. Just another one wanting their 15 minutes of fame. Oh God, ha. Okay.
Detective, I'd like to turn now to some
Who Hayden?
phone calls. Scott, can I get 2-76 and 2-76T?
And Nicole Driscoll might go into tomorrow because I'm sure the cross-examination is going to be a little crazy.
1 second, detective. The detective can see 2-76T.
Your Honor, 2-76 on the left side is an audio recording, so there's nothing to see.
Okay.
Is this an accurate transcription and audio recording of an August 22, 2023 phone call between Kouri Richins and Lisa Darden.
The transcript is.
Oh
doesn't
God,
reflect that,
please
yes.
don't do that
The
whistling.
audio recording, but the transcript is accurate.
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2
Sound like that's where it's from, Keisha.
T.
If we could just have the instruction on the other speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, during this telephone conversation, you will hear the voice of Kouri Richins. You will also hear the voice of people that are not Kouri Richins. You can consider and accept the statements made by Kouri Richins for their truth or for any purpose. The people that
Yeah,
are
they
not
got a
Kouri
tablet.
Richins,
My
you
godson
cannot
got a
consider
tablet.
Their statements for the truth of what they say. You can only consider their statements for the effect they had upon the listener, Kouri Richins.
They got video visits too.
2-76 and 2-76T are admitted.
Picked up the sandwiches from the diner. Are you asking me that? Yes. Oh, I did. I thought so. Okay, that's enough of that. Ronnie said, no. I said, Ronnie, yes. And there was something about a love letter put on the seat of his truck with the sandwiches. I said, I don't think so, Ronnie. I never heard that. I said, I believe they were eating in the office. Yeah, supposedly you put a love letter on the seat of his truck with the sandwiches. No. Yeah, exactly. In the office? Yeah. So it's just bullshit. Yeah. He became deathly ill. False. Bailey was there. Like, and that's what I put. Yeah. That's what I put. God, they can come up with some wild shit. I told DJ, I was like, what do these people do? Just sit around a damn table and see who can come up with the craziest fucking story. Well, you know, that makes sense to them. See what they're saying? I put a love note on a poisoned sandwich and put it in his car? What the hell? Yes. God, look like this psycho. Here's a poisoned sandwich I gave to you, and here's a love note. On Valentine's Day. Like, what the fuck? Huh? On the seat of his truck is what it said. What in the hell? Oh my God, they are nuts. And they're gonna feel so stupid. And that's the thing, I feel like all of America, really. When people get up to actually testify and say, no, that is a lie, that did not happen. I was there. You can't compete with somebody who was actually there on your beliefs. Right. You know, so I'm just like, you know, and the stupid part is the freaking detectives, so just all those idiots, they know this. When they were at my house, I told them this. But they're him, will you have through anyway? And I almost wonder if they didn't tell the prosecutor. So they're saying it was on, they're saying just a few days later, Valentine's Day, Kouri made Eric a sandwich and placed it on the seat of his truck along with the supposed love note. Oh my gosh, what the hell? And then the next question is, when Eric ate the sandwich, he immediately broke out in hives, had trouble breathing. He later told his friend he thought Kouri tried to poison him. It is so fucking sad that you would go to this lie. And Austin was right. I did go back and look where they do start with, I believe. Well, I'm going to have a whole bunch of I believe today when Rick calls me. Well, exactly. And that's what I was like, well, you believe that I believe this. Yes. Exactly. Oh my God, they're ridiculous. So Ronnie said, when are you calling me? And I said, I'm not. He's supposed to call me today. I said, and then I want my questions answered. I believe. I'll show you, I believe. And he just sent me a text and asked me when I'm free today. But just sure as I say, go ahead and call. Ronnie's going to call back and we're not done.
So I got you, I believe.
Scott, can I please get 2-77 and 2-77T?
You guys can wait. You don't have to rush and do anything. You guys can wait.
Detective, is this inaccurate?
You got to do like 7 days of lives.
Transcript of a second
7 different days.
August 22nd,
Or
2023 phone call between Kouri Richins,
an affiliate
and
over
this
there.
time, her brother.
So no rush. Just another
Ronnie, regarding
just in
Valentine's Day
case.
2022.
Could Scott scroll through a couple of the pages just so I can verify?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-77 and 2-77T.
Same instruction, Your Honor, but no objection.
As with the last audio recording and transcript, you may consider Kouri Richins' half of this conversation for the truth of the matter. You may not consider the statements made by people that are not Kouri Richins for the truth of the matter of what they say. You may only consider those people's statements for the effect they had upon Kouri Richins as the listener. 2-77 and 2-77T are admitted.
Erica sandwich and put a love note on it, and the sandwich was poison.
Oh my God, I know. Like, no, the fuck, that did not happen. I was like, no, that didn't happen. Here's what happened. Nanny can testify. That's not, who fucking lived there. That's not what happened.
Yeah.
Like, that's not at all what happened. Where the fuck are you getting this bullshit?
Yeah, and like I even like have like my bank statement and stuff showing that I bought lunch at Mirror Lake. Like I didn't make any fucking.
Yeah, I know. I was like, no. These sandwiches are bought from a restaurant from a diner up the road. Receipts to prove it. This shit didn't happen. They're working in the office, and Nanny's there to testify that all of this is true, and everything they just said is complete horseshit.
Detective, are you familiar with what is known as the walk the dog letter?
Yes, I am.
Scott, exhibit 2-86R, please. If you could scroll through that for the detective.
Finally, say something about this letter, please. Yes, this is what they were fighting over for days. What was going to be played and not played.
2-86R.
Finally. Put this
Detective,
damn
is this
letter
an
out
accurate
here.
depiction of a 6-page letter to Lisa Darden written on either September 12th or 13th, 2023, that investigators recovered on September the 14th, 2023, from a book that was among Kouri Richins' personal possessions?
Pause for 1 moment.
Your Honor, I object. I think there needs to be a foundation laid of if whether or not it's to her mother.
Please approach.
Okay.
Now, how far you want them to go? Because then they find this shit in her cell. So you're trying to make him keep laying foundation to the point where he say her fucking cell was tossed. You're trying to be funny so you can try to get you a mistrial because you have been getting your ass whooped in the word sustained all day. Read the letter. Okay, we're going to read the letter. They publish it. We're going to read it because I got to know what we've been arguing about all this time. What have we been arguing about all this damn time?
All right. Do you remember the question, Mr. Detective O'Driscoll?
I can ask it.
Okay, please.
Is this an accurate depiction of a 6-page letter to Lisa Darden written on either September the 12th or 13th, 2023, that investigators recovered on September the 14th, 2023, from a book that was among Kouri Richins' personal possessions?
This is that letter. It has redactions, but yes, this is that letter.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-86R.
Ready, ShamWow? You ready, Cupcakes?
Okay. 2-86R is admitted and published.
Detective O'Driscoll, can you please, starting at the top where it says page 1, read this letter aloud?
Page 1.
Oh, he
Walk
gonna read
the
it.
dog, but take vague notes so you remember. Here is what I'm thinking, but you have to talk to Ronnie. He would probably have to testify to this, but it's super short, not a lot to it. He will need to tell Sky at the meeting next week. Upon information and belief, just like they say, a year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie was over watching football one Sunday, and Eric and Ronnie were chatting about Eric's Mexico trips. Eric told Ronnie he gets pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico from the workers at the ranch. Not to tell me because I would get mad, because I always said he just gets high every night and won't help take care of the kids. There are pictures in my phone of Eric passed out on the floor or in the chair. Ronnie should have texts from Eric talking about getting high as well. Eric told Ronnie he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck, so I wouldn't find them. Ronnie never told me about the conversation. Eric finally told me and asked if Carmen could get him some. Eric never wanted anyone to know he had an issue, especially get caught. He always wanted Kouri to go down for him. When they traveled, Eric would put his drugs in Kouri's bag at the airlines right before they boarded. That way, if they were caught, Kouri got in trouble, not him. Once they got to wherever they were going, Eric would pull the drugs out of her bag and it would cause a huge fight. She was pissed he would risk her going to jail for his drug use. He just would laugh about it. Eric couldn't ruin his image that he had drug issues, so he would do whatever he had to. Kouri has never done any type of pills, didn't like them. Rarely would she consume THC, only if Eric begged her because it was a special occasion. Reword this however he needs to make the point, just include it all. The connection has to be made with Mexico and drugs. Ronnie will have the messages to prove Eric confided in him about getting high. It can be short and to the point, but has to be done. Upon information and belief, LOL. They never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house because he hid it in allergy bottle in work truck, and Cody emptied out work truck within a week, so they were never found. When you talk to Ronnie about this, meet up with him in person. I worry sometimes your house and phone are bugged. Maybe drive down to SL and meet him after work without Bree. Tell Ronnie don't overanalyze it. It was a quick 2-minute conversation, LOL. Tell him I need him to do this. Bring me home and then we will get those damn bitches. Also, please text Lotto or call. Tell him do not text me anything about us doing things together ever, like church, skiing, trips, nothing that puts us together. It doesn't look good. We're so close to the end. Let's push through. Have the conversation with Ronnie before he meets with Sky. Then tell him to tell Sky at the meeting about the conversation. Hang in there. We're almost there. Love you to the moon. Take vague notes of all this so you remember before you walk the dog.
Detective, does Sky in that letter refer to Sky Lazaro, Kouri Richins, former defense counsel?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's jump right back into that letter since we're on it. Well, it's fresh on our memory. It's Exhibit 286 for the record.
You want me to put it back up?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
There you go.
Thank you so much. All right,
You
so
idiot.
this letter that you just read aloud, do you know the date that it was written?
I believe it was September either 12th or 13th.
Okay. And in this letter, the very beginning letter tells, I guess if it's her mother that she's addressing it to, if that's what you say, that to remind Ronnie to tell Sky this story, correct?
Well, what part are you referencing?
The story about what Eric told him about getting fentanyl from Mexico.
There is a part that says tell Sky at the meeting next week.
Okay. So it looks like there's about to be a meeting with her lawyer, Sky, right?
I have no idea if that happened or if that was about to happen.
Okay, well, that's what it says.
It says at the meeting next week.
All right. So there's a meeting coming up with the lawyer, and Kouri is relaying something that Ronnie had known from the past, and something that occurred between him and Eric in the past, right? When they were watching a football game.
Pause for a moment. Go ahead, Mr.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Sustained.
Okay, let's blow it up. We're going to get very particular. All right. A year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie was over watching football one Sunday, and then she tells a story about something that Eric allegedly told Ronnie, right?
We don't know that
By the
that
way, if you could go
happens.
up just a little bit above that.
Wait for the answer.
Wait, before I, let me rephrase. Katie, if you could go back up to he will need to tell Sky at the meeting next week, just start right there and then highlight. And then thank you. I'll rephrase.
You're withdrawing that question.
Yes, sir, I am. So he's going to need to tell Sky next week about a year prior to his death, something Eric told Ronnie, allegedly, right? About his trips to Mexico.
Your Honor, there's no question there.
It ends in a question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Right?
It includes the word allegedly.
Yes. Right?
Hold on, any other objection?
Your Honor, perhaps you could just re-ask it again.
Sure, one more time. This
In the letter, because you said you weren't sure, so we're looking right at the letter. In the letter, she says at a meeting with Sky next week, and she talks about Ronnie telling a story about a year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie being over watching football one Sunday and talking to him about his trips to Mexico, right?
That's what the document says.
Okay. As the chief investigator of this case, did you ever go to Ronnie and say, hey, did this happen?
I believe investigators reached out to Ronnie. I don't think it was me, but I believe one of the other investigators reached out to Ronnie for interview and were not able to talk to him.
So the answer is you were never able to confirm or deny with Ronnie whether this actually happened.
I was not.
Okay, let's go to the next page. Then she tells a story about Eric putting drugs in her bag at the airlines right before they board. You see that? Can you highlight it, please, Katie? Now that story has been verified by Allie Staking, her friend that testified before this jury, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
You've been sitting in this.
The objection's overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is that right?
Could you rephrase the question?
That story about Eric putting drugs in Kouri's bag when they would travel and causing a fight was verified in this courtroom by Allie Staking under oath. Is that correct?
It was
I listened
gummies.
to Ms. Staking's testimony. She told of one incident when that happened.
Okay.
This says Eric Wood as if it happened multiple times, so I don't know. I just know what I heard Ms. Staking testify to.
Did you ever ask any of Kouri's friends or family if they knew of situations where it had happened before?
Where what had happened before?
Where Eric had put drugs in Kouri's luggage when they traveled?
I don't recall asking that specific
That was the
question,
gummies.
but I think I heard about it coming up. I don't remember who the conversation was with, but I think I had heard something to this effect before.
Was it involving a trip to Mexico?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Do you remember where the trip was involved?
I don't. Sorry.
So at least someone in your investigation did at least suggest that they knew of another situation besides Hawaii where Eric did this.
No, I don't know if it was a separate one or if they were referencing the same one. I don't
Okay.
know for sure.
All right. All right, if we could go to the bottom of highlight the bottom half for me. All right, there's references in here that Ronnie will have messages on his phone to prove Eric confided in him about getting high, right?
That's what this text says.
As the chief investigator of this case, did you ever go check Ronnie's phone to see if those existed to verify this?
I was made aware of this letter after May 8th.
Of
like
2023.
Of 2023.
Okay.
Like I said, I believe investigators reached out to Ronnie to talk to him in general about the case, and he denied letting us talk to him. So no, I was never able to confirm this with his cell phone.
So we sure have sat in this courtroom and listened to a lot of testimony about search warrants to seize phones. You know how to do that, right?
I do know how to do that.
Didn't issue a search warrant to get Ronnie's phone to see if that happens to be true.
No, but like I said, this information came to me well after May 8th, 2023.
Okay, sir, that's 3 years ago, right?
Yep.
And isn't it true you issued a search warrant as recently as 2 months ago to search the house for, I think, the 10th or 11th time, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then can we go to the very last little bit about they never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house? At the bottom? Yes, please. Thank you.
I can see that.
You can see it? Great. Okay. So again, this refers to the previous page where Eric allegedly told Ronnie that he kept his drugs in an allergy bottle in his work truck so that Kouri wouldn't find it, right?
Objection, foundation. That's not what the previous page says.
We
But-
just go back to the previous page.
Sure.
Please.
Absolutely. Katie, can you go back to the first page and find this section in there about where he kept his drugs? Let's see. Yep.
So this is going to depend on
Eric
under what
told Ronnie he
context.
keeps them in an allergy
heard
pill bottle in his work truck so I wouldn't find them. Isn't that what that says?
The whole sentence says Eric told Ronnie he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck so I wouldn't find them.
And by the way, this was seized September 14th of 2023, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And at that point, had you revealed to Kouri that you had found an empty hydrocodone bottle in Eric's nightstand the day of his death?
That ain't
Had you
allergy.
ever revealed that to her or her lawyer at this point?
I personally didn't find the bottle.
Okay.
It was located on the night of Eric's death and was transported with his body to the ME's office.
There's no way for Kouri to know that when she wrote this, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Now come the hell on. From March 4th of 2022 to September
All right,
14th
go
of
back to what we were
23.
just talking about, to the bottom of the second page. All right. They never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house because Eric hid it in an allergy bottle in the work truck, right? So that connects to what we just saw on the first page of what he allegedly told Ronnie, right?
What is your question? Yes, I can see that this document says that.
And the next sentence says, and Cody emptied I'm sorry, it's cut off on my screen, but not that one. I'm going to share a screen with the jury. And Cody emptied out work truck within a week. We've heard that verified by Cody in this courtroom that he said to the jury under oath, correct? While you were sitting in here.
Objection, foundation. I don't think that's what he said.
Sustained. You got to rephrase.
Did Cody come pick up the work truck within a few days of Eric's death?
But he didn't say it was
I
served.
am not personally aware.
Did you sit in this courtroom and hear him testify to that?
You're supposed to
believe so.
remember everything that somebody testified to?
Yes, I sat in the courtroom. Yes, I heard his testimony. I don't remember exactly what he said, but
And just in case the jury has been so focused on that witness box that they don't notice what's happening back here, you've actually been in this courtroom every single day, every single minute, listening to every single person testify, right?
nearly, yeah,
Almost.
almost.
Maybe a bathroom break here and there, which you're entitled. Okay. All right, let's take that down. Now, I want to go back.
Girl, you know exactly what tone she was writing this letter in. Upon information on
by the
belief,
way,
you know exactly what she was
just last
saying.
little thing on the walk the dog letter, and then I swear I'll quit beating a dead horse. But the walk the dog letter, to your knowledge, was the walk the dog letter ever delivered to Kouri's mom, to her brother, to the lawyer, to anybody?
I don't believe so, not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. All right. Now let's back up just a little bit to your entry into this case. Oh, Your Honor, I left my notes. May I please return to the table? Too excited and ran up here too fast and left all my questions for you on the back. So, okay.
Before we get into that, I've got to know, did y'all take that from the narrative as she was saying he needs to tell the story when he testifies, or as, hey, tell him to remember that time because remembering that time is going to help bring me home? Or do you think she was saying, hey, you need to give this story line by line, connect rugs to Mexico, otherwise it's over for me? Do y'all believe this was a real story that Ronnie experienced while watching football a year before his death with Eric? Or do y'all think that she was making up a story because she finally had a way to get herself out of it?
I want to talk to you about the time. So you basically, before you even entered this case as the
Telling him
new
what to say?
head of the investigation,
Lead investigator.
lead investigator, thank you so much. I want to use your terminology. Before that, you
Fake.
did
Telling
what's
him what
called
to
a
do.
trash cover at Carmen's house, right?
We call it a trash rip.
A real story
Trash
and
what?
sprinkling
Rip.
some lies.
Rip. Okay, I've never heard that. So you did a trash rip at Carmen's house, correct?
You referenced a time frame. I don't remember what you said. Could you rephrase it?
Would it refresh your memory that around February 21st of 2023, you searched Carmen's trash
It was probably around that time, yeah.
before you were technically the lead investigator of this case?
That's possible, yeah.
And you said you found some foil,
That
right?
was my birthday last year.
And
Year
that's
before
usually an
last.
indication that someone's been maybe freebasing, heating it up in foil and then smoking it.
Not
typically.
freebasing.
I don't know,
What
know
you
the
know
term
about?
freebasing, but from
Oh,
my
I'm from the 80s. I'm old, so you probably don't know that term. But
from my
From the
experience,
80s.
you
Baby,
will
don't you
put
ever say that
a
again.
substance,
Woo!
substance
Like a
that involves
banana
smoke
in
on
the
top of chemicals.
sun.
They'll heat it
Oh,
underneath with a
baby.
lighter or torch, and then they'll smoke the fumes that come off of the substance.
okay.
I know
And
black
did you
don't crack
test the
and beige don't
substances that you
age, but
recovered
baby,
from
don't
her,
ever say nobody
trash
ate
that
it.
day?
I believe we submitted some of those pieces of paraphernalia to be tested, but I don't remember
You's a
if we
mother.
ever got results
I-
for them. If they were only Nick tested, I don't remember. I'd have to check records.
Would it refresh your memory to say that only meth and heroin were recovered and no fentanyl?
Like I said, I can't remember without checking my records.
You certainly can't tell the jury under oath that they got fentanyl out of her trash that day, right?
No, I don't remember us finding anything that was confirmed as fentanyl.
Okay. And then at the end of March, I believe, someone started tracking Carmen's car. Is that right?
Correct.
Was that you all or was that Mr. Gabler,
Who was you all?
the law enforcement?
I know some 70s that look
Um,
better than that. And my mama was born in
We did apply
68.
for a
I'm saying,
GPS tracker warrant for Carmen's vehicle, yes.
there we go. The 1880s. There we go.
And then
Make
you
it
get
make
to be
sense.
assigned a lead investigator around April the 11th.
I think it was in March sometime. I would have to check my notes again, but I believe it was about mid-March, early to mid-March.
Okay. And the first real
Come
step
on
that
now.
you took as lead investigator, would it be fair to say that was when you applied for a warrant for Kouri and Eric's cell phones?
Oh,
Somebody should have yelled objection.
it's been just as long for me as everybody else. So
She done. Now I'm hot. She done
I-
pissed me off.
I remember that I applied for a warrant for, well, I'm sorry, I don't remember. One of the first things I remember doing is applying for a search warrant for medical records for Kouri.
For Kouri?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. All right. And did you also apply for medical records for Eric?
I think those had already been requested or seized subject to a warrant.
By Detective Woody. Actually, I think she did testify to that. I think that's right.
I believe so. One of the investigators previous to my getting into the case.
And then
And that makes
you
sense if
decided
she has
to
medications.
knock on Kouri's door and interview her, right?
At one point I did, yeah.
And when you showed up to interview,
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope.
Sustained.
can I have the court's indulgence for just a moment? I need to go chat with my co-counsel for just 1 second.
No problem.
You said the judge looked at you. Baby, I think you should have to give up your date of birth because I'm on your
So
ass like
we're gonna
Obama
leave that
about
topic
this
alone and we're gonna move forward, okay?
Okay.
Also, the other things that you did in the mid to end of April of 2023, shortly after you're assigned to the case, you also looked at extracted Kouri's cell phone. Did you not?
Yes, I would have to verify the date, but yes.
Okay. And when you extracted the
68.
phone, were you
My mom
able to
was born in
start looking at her
68.
texts and looking at her everything in her phone?
Yes. At this time, we had just acquired our own forensic equipment. So previously, we relied on the RCFL for our digital forensic evidence extractions and so forth. We had just started getting our own forensic equipment, and so I downloaded Kouri's phone.
No, 68,
And I
68.
don't remember the format of the software to analyze it, but I do remember seeing the text messages and the gaps in the text messages.
Was that the first time you'd ever extracted a phone on the new equipment?
I don't remember it was the very first, but it was one of the first times, yes.
And was there anybody who assisted you in doing that extraction?
Yes, Miss Gibson did.
And are you or Ms. Gibson certified on Celebrite or the extraction gray key, whatever you use to extract it?
Miss Gibson is, I'm not.
And then after you extracted Kouri's cell phone, you interviewed Chelsea Barney, did you not?
I did.
And Chelsea's testified here. Chelsea was Ms. Richins' dear friend from junior high, right?
I'm telling you, go to the best friend.
And when Chelsea came in to be interviewed, didn't you tell her that you had evidence that she and Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's death?
Chelsea did not come in anywhere when I interviewed her. I interviewed her in her home in Heber.
Oh, were you present when she did the interview at the sheriff's department?
No, I was not.
All right. So when you interviewed her at her home in Heber, did you tell Chelsea that you had evidence that she and Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's death?
Yeah, just a foundation as to what time frame are we talking about?
Can you?
A little foundation
Sure, I'm
work.
glad to. Can you tell us when you interviewed Chelsea in Heber?
I can't give you an exact date.
Yeah.
My best guess is it was probably April sometime of 2023.
Before Kouri's arrest date.
Correct.
And when you interviewed Chelsea in April of 2023, did you tell her, did you represent to her that you had evidence that she and Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's death?
I don't think it was phrased that way. So we had some interest in the timeline of their communication between Chelsea and Kouri the night of Eric's death. Because when we looked at what was available on the phone, it appeared that Chelsea and Kouri texted every single day. Like they were always talking with each other. And then there was a gap, I believe, between March 2nd and March 4th. So that stuck out to me as unusual. And I did bring that up with Chelsea and just asked her if she knew of any reason that there would be that gap. And then she was actually able to produce some documents from her cell carrier that we went over together, and it looked like that matched up.
So you originally suspected that maybe she had deleted a conversation with Kouri?
That's what it looked like initially, is that there was an unusual gap in communication between these two best friends that I understood them to be.
Okay.
Yeah, it was $45,000 worth of a gap.
Right.
From what I'm remembering,
There's been a whole lot of gap with her ass and me.
So there's some confusion because there were just personal direct text messages between just Kouri and Chelsea. And then there was a group chat of all their friends.
Right.
And it was hard to distinguish in the beginning which occurred when. And I think that's where some of the confusion came from.
But ultimately, you were able to agree with Chelsea that she did not speak with Kouri the night of Eric's death and did not delete any messages with Kouri, correct?
I couldn't find anything that suggested otherwise.
Right. And then was
She be
Chelsea
playing
unhappy
crazy,
with the
Kathy.
way that you all handled her interview?
I don't know.
To your knowledge, were you aware that she filed a complaint that she had been misled about her phone when she was being interviewed by your office?
I was a
Your Honor, just objection foundation. I think timing's important here. I think counsel's confused about two different interviews, so I think we need foundation on timing.
She already said from the beginning she was confused. And she's obviously confused about the 80s because I'm not letting that go. She's very confused about which 80s.
Shortly after Chelsea was interviewed, the time with you and the follow-up time, did she file a complaint against your
No,
office?
that's the problem. Can you break it down one at a time? They're two different events.
Just a moment. I'm going to get specific about timing.
Okay.
I think that'll solve the problem.
Yeah.
Prior to your interview of Chelsea, was Chelsea asked to come in by Detective Woody? When you reviewed the file, were you aware that there had been a previous interview with Chelsea?
I don't know if it was when I reviewed the file, but I was aware that Chelsea had come in for an interview, and that was prior to when I talked to her.
You're right. And after that interview with Detective Woody, did Chelsea file a complaint about being misled when she was brought in?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Help me out. I'm not sure where we're headed.
Your Honor, do you think it's relevant?
Why don't you approach for a moment?
Why is it relevant? He said help him out. Obviously, you think it's relevant if you ask the question, goofball. Get up there and figure out which 80s. Go figure it out. Because now I know you would lie. If you lie about that, you lie about anything. Maybe you was out and about in the 80s. Maybe that's what she's trying to say. Like she was about 20, 25 in the 80s. I'm not letting this go. 80s my ass. Not at all. And I'm not even giving you born in the 70s and raised in the 80s. I'm not even giving you that. Mm-mm. God, she made you make an appointment. Oh my God. There is I cannot believe that. I can't believe that. And I bet you Chelsea went running down there because she was
Yes, sir.
still
Thank you.
friends with dang on Kouri.
All right. And in addition to you interviewing Chelsea at her home in Heber sometime in mid-April, you also interviewed a close friend of Eric named Jake, right?
Yes.
All right.
Jake Sorensen.
And then you, at the end of April, is when Mr. Bloodworth said on April 26th, when you got the warrant and executed the warrant on Carmen Lauber's house, right?
We executed a warrant on Carmen Lauber's residence on April 26, 2023.
Right. So between April 11th or end of March, when you first joined the case, and April 26th of 23, you possibly got a warrant for cell phones. You extracted Kouri's phone, interviewed Chelsea and Jake. And then that's when the seizure happened at Carmen's house, right?
I'm not sure what you're referencing about the April 11th date.
That's the date on your report when you were assigned to the case. So that's the date I've been using. But if you remember earlier.
That's the date that I wrote the report?
No. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. It's not. If you remember, it was the end
It
of March.
doesn't matter
we'll
why
go with
you
that.
keep
That's
saying
fine.
it.
I'll use the end of March.
But
Okay.
You know
And
that's right,
then you
Montresa.
searched Carmen's house. And then the next day is when we saw the interview that you had with Carmen at the jail, right?
yes, so Carmen's home was searched on April 26th. That same day, she was arrested for driving on suspended license. And then the next day was the first time that we spoke with her at the Wasatch County Jail.
So first, the search of her house. Was any fentanyl located in her house at all?
No.
Then when you go to interview her, do you know what time of the night or the day she was pulled over for driving with the suspended license?
It was in the morning.
And what time of day did you see her on the 27th?
I don't remember. I would have to look at the timestamp on the video of the interview.
And I watched the interview, but I never saw anyone ask her if she was under the influence while you were interviewing her. Did anyone ever ask her that question?
I don't remember. I don't think so, but I don't remember.
And is it fair to say in that first interview before any promises have been made about leniency or anything, Carmen denied ever being asked for fentanyl by Kouri Richins.
Yeah, I testified earlier that drug dealers, in my experience, when you interview them, will initially.
Well, let me stop you. I'm asking about Carmen, not other drug dealers. I'm asking about Carmen Lauber. Did she deny ever being asked by Kouri Richins for fentanyl?
Yeah, as most other drug dealers also do when I interview them.
And did she share with you a personal tragedy that her daughter had OD'd on fentanyl?
Yes.
And did she tell you that because of that, she didn't mess with fentanyl?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she's asking about statements from the prior interview. Let me ask a more specific question. Do you mind approaching for a moment?
Oh, goodness. Did not know self-worth. I think they all possibly believed it. I think that if you ever heard the term rose-colored glasses, I think everybody had rose-colored glasses because it's absolutely like if my money funny, like I think my best friend knows. One, I get real quiet. I don't want to do nothing. Like it's got to be a
The
hustle.
objection is overruled. Ms. Nestor,
ASAP. It got to be fixed. It's amazing that nobody around her knew she didn't have any money.
Did Ms. Lauber tell you that because of what happened to her daughter tragically, that she did not mess with fentanyl? She didn't deal with it.
I believe those were her words, yes.
Right. And as a matter of fact, the first people that ever injected the word fentanyl into any conversation with Carmen Lauber were you and the other investigating officers, correct? Came out of y'all's mouth first, not hers.
Objection, Your Honor, argument.
Overruled. If you understand what she's referring to by y'all, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I did it
I'm still
again.
focused on the previous question because I thought there was going to be a follow-up question about my impression.
No. So the first people that mentioned fentanyl in the interview were law enforcement, not Ms. Lauber, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. Because I think we told her in that first
Yeah, I
interview
think
that,
as the roses fell from their glasses.
while investigating Eric Richins, we told them that we were investigating Eric Richins' death and that he had died of a fentanyl overdose.
And then you went back and interviewed her again and again and again, right?
5 more distinct separate interviews.
And I believe that I wrote this in quotes because I try to be precise. I believe that when we were listening to the recording, and the jury will, I trust the jury's memories on this, but the phrase, "you're the biggest piece," you're the biggest piece, right? That was said.
Yep.
And that meant you're the biggest piece of this puzzle, right?
In context, I'm trying to remember what was said before that. I think there was a Miss Carmen, or I'm sorry, Miss Lauber made a reference to, can we just like put all of the pieces together in front of us so that we can see how it happened?
Actually, it wasn't can we, it was can you put the pieces together for me, correct?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. And then go ahead, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah.
You
And so
did.
in context, yeah, we said, yeah, you're the biggest piece of that set of information that we're trying to figure out.
And you also, and I wrote this in quotes, and hopefully the jury will recall this the way I do, you hold all the cards.
You hold
Yeah,
on
as
the
in she
card.
had all the information that we didn't know.
And we saw her struggling and telling you repeatedly that she could not recall dates. She could not remember certain things. Is that right?
What do you do?
She told us several times that she had difficulty remembering, and
And
that
I'm
the
so
more,
sorry.
and that the more that we brought to her and showed her things that were corroborated, the more she remembered and the better recollection she had.
And then within less than a few days of when she finally gave you what you needed, that there was fentanyl involved in her transactions, within a few days is when you issued the warrant to arrest Kouri, right?
We interviewed Carmen between April 27th and May 13th. The warrant for Kouri's arrest was issued by 3rd District Court on May 8th.
But when was it requested? May 3rd? Does that refresh your
I
memory?
don't request arrest warrants.
You signed, you're right, that's done by the county attorney's office, correct?
They filed charges in the case and requested an arrest warrant. We were made aware of it on May 8th.
Within days of Carmen Lauber agreeing with you that fentanyl was involved.
May 8th falls between April 27th and May 13th, yes.
Okay.
Ooh, I can't even see no peppers.
Y'all hear him say, "Hey, big unk."
I want to talk about your investigation into
Sheila.
Oh, by the way, let me back up.
It's all covered up with all the damn things.
Since you have become the lead investigator in this case,
I don't want y'all to see me stuff.
have you ever located the hydrocodone bottle that was found on the nightstand next to Eric?
Can you define located? I know where it's been at certain points throughout the investigation.
Okay,
But we don't really have it in our possession right now.
that's all I need. I want to talk about the Valentine's
He's feeding me.
investigation.
He's feeding me.
All right.
Okay.
Katie, can you bring up, just for the witness only, Your Honor, Exhibit 3-13D as in Delta? Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes. It's state
Right.
3-13D.
And
Yours on this side.
is it fair to say that this exhibit
Dark in here.
is a visual
Is your come on. Where's-
clip of the locations where Eric was on February the 14th of 2022 based on geolocation in his phone?
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
Foundation.
I don't know whether this witness would have the basis to know that, so sustained for now, if you can lay some
I
foundation.
understand what you're asking. As you've been preparing for this case, have you been reviewing the demonstrative exhibits
No.
that the state prepared to get ready for trial?
Not all of them, and not this one. I've just seen it in court.
Okay. Did you, as the head investigator of this case, investigate Eric's whereabouts on the days of February 14th, 2022?
Yes, in the sense that Mr. Kotradimos, the digital forensics expert that the county hired, helped us in the analysis of the phones, and he at some point told us the data that was in the phone regarding Eric's location on the 14th.
All right. So without revealing anything that Mr. Kostradimos said, what did you learn about Eric's locations that informed how you acted in the future in your investigation?
Objection, foundation. I don't know how he would know that without hearsay.
Well, it's possible that he heard it prior to being in court, and to the extent that is to inform what he did next, we can accept it not for the truth of the matter. Shall we proceed in that way?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's see what the response is.
Go ahead.
Just so I'm clear, you're asking if I'm aware of Eric Richins' location on February 14th?
Yes.
Just based on
The whole
digital
investigation.
evidence?
Yep, and the whole investigation, whatever you did.
Your question was.
That's not what you asked.
Okay, we'll start with that. So based on your working with Mr. Kostradimos, looking at the digital evidence that you went through in this case, do you have a knowledge of Eric's locations on February 14th of 2022?
Maybe pause for a minute. We
Yes.
can just approach him.
Baby. Just ask the question the same way every time so we can get through this. I'm not really seeing why O'Driscoll should be this long. I'm fine. I am fine.
May it please the court?
Please.
Did you receive information from Mr. Kostradimos about Eric's locations on February 14th, 2022 that informed your investigation in any way?
I believe so. The truth is I don't remember 100% for sure if and when I knew about location data from Eric's device throughout the investigation. I would have to go back and review reports, especially Mr. Kostradimos's reports.
Can we, Your Honor,
I just don't remember.
can we see if this document refreshes your memory as to that?
This one or different
Yes. Can we go through the pages very
Not
slowly
great.
and give him a minute to see if it refreshes his recollection?
Yeah, objection foundations. I think we're at the same spot we started with a few minutes ago.
Well, we're showing different pages. He testified that he'd never seen the first one prior to being in court. It's unclear.
Yeah,
what
I got a
the
question.
for the remaining pages that the witness is being shown right now. I imagine we're about to find out.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you need us to do it again, or did you see them all?
Yeah, I saw it.
Does that refresh your recollection about Mr. Richins' locations on February 14th, or what you knew about them?
It doesn't. This demonstrative Mr. Kostradimos created, and the first time I saw any of these slides was in the court. And like I said, he may have shared that information during our investigation. I just don't remember.
Okay.
It wouldn't have been like
Ms. Richins is here today on charges that she attempted to kill her husband on February 14th of 2022. Is that right? One of the charges.
I believe so, yes.
And you're the head investigator of this case.
Yes.
Did you take any steps to confirm or deny Mr. Richins' movements on the day of February 14th of 2022 when he was allegedly a murder was attempted on his life?
Our team did. We hired an expert in digital forensics.
So what do you know about his locations on that day?
That's what I'm saying. What I know and what I remember are probably two different things. What I knew at some point throughout the investigation is that Mr. Kostradimos probably found whatever location data was available on his phone and shared that with investigators. I just don't remember the contents of what those said.
So as you sit here right now under oath
Wait, the
in
rest
a homicide trial, you cannot tell this jury what Mr. Richins did on the day he was allegedly attempted to be murdered. You can't tell them. That's
Foundation, you know, the question is you can't say what Mr. Richins did. There's no foundation for that.
Your Honor, that's not
Yeah,
the question I
know the
asked.
location, but that don't mean he know what he did.
Just ask a more precise question. And if it
Please.
needs to be 3 more precise questions, that's fine.
Thank you, I will.
The foundation objection is sustained.
You cannot say under oath what your investigation showed about where Mr. Richins was on the day that someone apparently attempted to murder him.
I could after a 2-minute conversation with the digital forensics expert that we hired because I just don't retain that information well.
So you don't know.
I don't remember.
You don't know right now, and we're in trial right now. Do you know right now?
Objection, Your Honor, ask it in.
I'm about to say now, as much as you just told a lie.
Speaking of that, were you ever able to confirm or track Mr. Richins and place him? Did you ever check and see if he ever went to the house in Midway on his geolocation? Did you ever ask anyone to do that?
Objection, Foundation, when?
I can ask him if he asked anyone to do it.
Well, that's a different question.
Right.
The
Like,
question you
but-
just asked was very broad as to time frame. Foundation objection is sustained, but please ask a more precise question.
Did you ever ask an expert, hey, can you see if Eric Richins ever went to the Midway house where Carmen allegedly left drugs in a fire pit?
So I was the lead investigator on the case. I was not the only one making decisions. I am aware that someone in our investigative team directed Mr. Coach to look into Eric's location from his device. Yes.
Are you able to tell this jury if Eric Richins was anywhere near the Midway house around the time that Ms. Lauber claims she left drugs there?
That's a broad date range. So I don't know. I don't have that data in front of me.
Okay. All right. Is it true that through all your interviews with Carmen and your attempts to corroborate what she was telling you, at least one of the times that Carmen allegedly purchased drugs from Mr. Crozier and brought them to Kouri was after Eric was dead?
Her testimony was not that. She didn't remember it that way. We found digital evidence that suggested that.
So after Eric died, it is your understanding that there's still drug dealing going on between Kouri and Ms. Lauber?
I am aware that Miss Lauber conducted a similar transaction to ones prior to Eric's death, after his death with Miss Richins.
On that, that's the occasion, I believe, and you were here, if I'm wrong, please correct me, but that's the occasion where Ms. Lauber claims that Kouri had to write her a check, right?
Yes.
And the check was written out on the Kouri Richins Realty checkbook, right? As you recall from your investigation.
Was that one of them seven
Yeah, I
bad
believe it
checks
was
you
a
charged
Richins
with?
Realty check.
Did you do any corroboration or investigation into whether or not Carmen Lauber did actual work for Kouri Richins Realty that week?
Yeah, I mean, we talked to Carmen about her relationship with Kouri in all ways. And she said she had done some work for Kouri in several different capacities. As far as that week, I don't know that we ever got into those details.
That was the week that they were about to close on the Midway Mansion. Is that correct?
What date are you referring to?
The date that, oh, I'm sorry, strike that. That's fair.
Because I was like,
The week before she got the check is the week that the Midway Mansion closing allegedly happened, right? Right after Eric's death.
Your Honor, objection. The air quotes, this is testifying.
oh goodness.
The air quotes were for the Midway Mansion. That's why I did that.
I understand.
That's what I call it. But for the house on Legacy Drive, I won't do that again. The house on Legacy Drive.
Sorry, can you restate the whole question? I've forgotten it already.
The house on Legacy Drive had closed in between Eric's death and when Ms. Lauber allegedly got this check, correct?
Between Eric's death and when she got the check?
Right.
As far as my understanding, yes.
Did you ever talk to the realtor and say, hey,
I was
Carmen Lauber clean up that house the week before it closed?
Which realtor?
The realtor for the Legacy house.
I'm not aware who that is.
You don't even know who was selling that house?
No.
So I guess the answer is no, you never made any attempt to corroborate whether Carmen did work that week.
I don't know that the realtor would know the answer to that question, but I never talked to them.
Okay.
I'm gonna say
And
you would act.
speaking of the Midway Mansion closing, we've had some testimony here about some closing documents that were signed and dated either the day after Eric died or a couple of days after Eric died. Did you hear that testimony?
I believe so, yeah.
Did you ever go to the people that conducted the closing and confirm whether Kouri was present at that closing in person?
No.
Are you aware that you can do closings on houses without being present in person?
I know nothing about realty.
Okay, well, then I'll let you have a pass on that. Did you ever do any determination as to whether those documents were signed through what's called DocuSign electronically?
I'm sorry, can you say the question again?
the closing documents for the legacy property. Did you ever do any confirmation or investigation into whether those documents were signed via DocuSign or electronically without being with a wet signature and a pen?
The investigation into the signing on the house and the other financial documents, I wasn't a part of. That was through the prosecution's office's investigator and their experts, their forensic accountants.
But
I
as-
wasn't really part of that.
As lead investigator, you can't testify that that was ever done here today.
I can't, I have no knowledge of it.
Okay. You did, you were involved in at least 8 of the 10 search warrants that were issued on this house? Because I think the first 2 were Detective
What do you
Woody.
mean by involved?
You were lead investigator once those warrants were being executed? I think the first 2 were Woody, so I don't want to credit those
The
to you.
title of lead investigator doesn't necessarily mean.
It don't
what I
mean
did
he was
in those
there.
circumstances. I guess
Like,
I would ask you to be a little more specific about what you're asking.
How many warrants are you aware were executed on the house, on the Richins home?
I believe around 10. I don't remember the exact number.
And in 10 different times of searching, was there ever any fentanyl recovered?
Throughout the 10 search warrants, anything that was recovered during those search warrants that we suspected may contain fentanyl, have traces of fentanyl, were sent to the state lab.
Okay.
We got results back from the state lab. There were some items that.
It
Connor, may we
was,
approach?
Okay.
Do you want to move?
I was about to say, because you're getting ready to start getting into the same thing that made you yell objection yesterday or the day
in
before.
the 10 search
not
warrants that were
THC
executed on this house,
had any in it.
did you ever find any cups, glasses, straws that contained any traces of fentanyl on them?
Let me be clear. I wasn't present at every single time that the house was searched. So the answer is investigators in my team or investigators from the Summit County Sheriff's Office did not find cups, straws, the things you mentioned that contain fentanyl. No.
As you sit here today, can you even tell this jury the exact time that Eric Richins died?
Nobody
More than anybody
can.
can.
Can you tell this jury how fentanyl got inside of Eric Richins? Based on evidence, not
Ask your client.
speculation or theory, but
Not
evidence.
say it.
I know it was orally ingested.
And that's all you know, right?
That's not all I know, but I.
Corey,
I know
those
it was
little
orally
head
ingested.
nods and shit ain't gonna go over too well. I'm gonna need you to keep a straight face.
To this date, have you ever recovered any of the pills that Carmen Lauber allegedly gave to Kouri Richins to test to see what they are?
That I can confirm for sure are the pills that passed from Carmen's hand to Corey's hand. No.
Correct.
No.
Okay. Prior to Carmen Lauber's second, third, fourth interview, there was never a warrant issued for Corey's arrest prior to that date. Is that correct?
I'm sorry. Can you say the question again?
Prior to the interviews with Carmen Lauber, there was never, that was the first time you all requested an arrest. Let me say, because I won't say y'all. The first time there was ever a formal request to arrest Kouri Richins was after the interview with Carmen Lauber, correct?
After at least the first 3 interviews with Carmen Lauber, we had enough information that we believed met a probable cause standard for the arrest of Miss Richins.
Okay.
We gave that information to the prosecutors and they filed charges in this case. They then requested an arrest warrant be issued from 3rd District Court. I executed that warrant by arresting Miss Richins.
Have you ever heard of hair follicle testing?
I think I've heard that term. I don't
What
know
is
what
it?
you're referring
What's
to.
your knowledge of it?
that people much smarter than me can test hair follicles for what it can tell you about the body's biology. About the
Specifically,
extent of what I know.
specifically, isn't it fair? You've been a narcotics officer for a long time.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
I was about to say, bitch, you're about to try it. You're
Never
about
goes
to
the
try it.
investigation or lack thereof.
No, it doesn't, because they've already told you, the ME told you, and scientists have told you that a hair follicle has never been used as means of finding anything out about fentanyl. You about to try it. You always trying it, just like you tried the 80s. If somebody don't unclip that ponytail and throw it towards the sky,
Let's indulge us.
I'm
Just a
sick
moment,
of
Your
it.
Honor.
Of course.
It's a million other things you can talk about, and you always got to pick something that ain't make no damn sense. Something you already been told.
When you searched Carmen's house, did you test any pills that were found in Carmen's house?
I don't remember. That would be a better question for Miss Gibson. She handled all the evidence recovered from that search.
You were aware through your investigation that shortly before Eric's death, he was on a hunting trip in Mexico. Is that right?
Yes.
And the very last thing Eric ever did that we can establish before he passed away was a Google search, right?
I don't know if that's an accurate statement, but I know that a Google search was found on Eric's phone the night he died. That was, I think it was searching directions or how far it was from Utah to Sonora, Mexico, I think.
And
If
did
you had to drive, how long it would take to drive.
Okay. And did you do any investigation into where Eric went hunting when he was on his hunting trip in Mexico? Where was it?
Yeah, I don't remember the name of the outfitter. Todd Rice was the contact that we had with the hunting outfit in Mexico.
But I mean, where in Mexico? Was
I
it
don't-
the Sonora area?
I think so.
Also, according to Ms. Lauber, she estimated that each time she got pills that apparently she says she gave to Kouri, they were 15 to 30 pills per transaction. Is that accurate?
Her
Your
statements.
Honor, the foundation is.
I was about to say, and how he gonna know if it was accurate? Get him his damn report.
Just provide a little more foundation for the question, or a little more detail. For the
There's so many other things that
What
you
is
could really
your
be honing in on, and
understanding
you
of how
just
many pills were involved in each
Right.
transaction that
Of
ultimately
objections.
allegedly went to Kouri?
Approximate, well, total or each time? Like
Each
individually?
time.
Each time approximately 15 to 30.
And that would be a total, again, math, but if you have 30 pills times 4, that's 120 pills.
That maths for me.
And you were in the courtroom when strike that.
and we know he'll take a charge about hunting.
Did you give Carmen
Oh,
rides
I believe he was serious
to
about
meetings
the
with her
forms.
attorney in your car after she
Um,
agreed to cooperate with you?
We helped transport Carmen when she couldn't get somewhere. It wasn't usually in my car. It was in Detective Maynard's, but yeah,
How often did you guys give Carmen rides places?
it was only a couple times.
Did you talk to her on the phone?
Yeah.
Check in with her?
Mhm.
Went by and saw her at her house?
We need answers, Steve.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
You gotta say yes, because they can't type. Mhm.
Right.
Okay, so what was the answer to the last question about you called her on the phone?
Yes.
You would go by and see her in person?
Well, not just like to see her, but like if we needed to get in contact with her in person for some reason, yeah, sometimes we would go to her house or her work, wherever she was at.
And this relationship or these interactions that you had with her extended from the time she agreed to cooperate with you to literally she showed up in court, right?
If you're referring to myself and Detective Maynard, yes, because Detective Maynard contacts and deals with Carmen a lot more than I do.
Okay.
And that's why they didn't call Maynard, because now
So
y'all
sorry.
can't bring up
Thank
these
you for
text
your
messages.
patience. Oh, okay. I want to talk about the, Lord, if they're GIFs or GIFs, I don't know, but GIFs that have come in, those pictures of the goofy pictures that they said that Kouri accessed the morning of the 4th, right?
I'm sorry, who's they?
All right.
I'm
I'll be more
on. Ask the
specific.
question.
The GIFs, you saw them come up on the screen. They were like joke GIFs, right? That
Why are you asking about
it was
things that
testified
happened in
to
court?
that Kouri's phone accessed them all at the same time the morning of March 4th, the morning Eric died, right?
What I understand about the gifts is that there were, I think, 3 different ones, and that they were somehow accessed on Kouri's device. The technical jargon of the digital forensics is whatever Mr. Cochradimos testified to.
I'm with you on that. So clearly, I would imagine as the lead investigator, if you're investigating a potential homicide, would it be important to you to look at the very last conversations that the decedent and the suspect had right before the death?
It could be part of it.
Did you do that?
I believe I did. I don't remember what the contents were, but
Katie, can you please pull up JO11? JO11? And this is only, yeah, okay. And make it a little bit bigger so that that Detective O'Driscoll can see it clearly. And take your time looking at this, and I'm going to ask you some questions about it. Do you recognize these texts? Keep going, Katie.
I recognize that they are from Eric's device, yeah.
All right. And they're between whom?
Eric Richins and Kouri Richins.
And what is the date, sir? Can you blow them up,
Sorry, I'll have to
please?
zoom in.
Sorry.
March 3rd, 2022.
So this is the day, literally, his last day on earth. And it's the conversation he had with his wife, right?
That's what it looks like.
All right.
I have to look at all the timestamps to
and
give
certainly,
accurate context for that. But
I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Certainly you reviewed this as part of your investigation.
probably. I'm not remembering them, but
Your Honor, this
I have not looked at every single text message on Eric's phone and on Kouri's phone.
Sure, but like the day he died would be in a kind of an important day to check out, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you
Like
recall?
I said, that's where we got the information about the hunting guide in Mexico. So yeah, we were looking at that information.
So then, Your Honor, may I please admit this as Defense Exhibit 300? I don't even know what we're on yet. 3010. Is it 10? 3015. We're a little behind. Thank you, Miss Brittany. I appreciate that. We moved to admit it.
Well, objection, foundation.
I was about to say.
I'm also looking at maybe approaches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we go to is this the first page, Katie?
Use an 80s lie. Use a 80s lie. All right, guys. So listen. This could be one of two things. So if you believe that her brother and Eric actually had this dang on conversation, and she's like, listen, when you testify, you have to tell that story because that's going to help them understand what's going on. Or if you believe, you might believe that, hey, she's being railroaded. This is framed. This is just, they need somebody to answer for why he's no longer here. And they don't want the answer to be Eric. Excuse me. On the flip side, if you believe that he might have come over to watch. Kouri's brother might have come over to watch football, but she's making up all of this to find a way to connect the Fenty to not her, not Carmen, not come back to her, but only come back to Mexico so that she can be likely found not guilty, not really innocent, but just not guilty based on the pills coming from somewhere else. And she was manufacturing a story to get her mom to go walk the dog, take some vague notes, get rid of this. Don't say anything where it can be bugged so they don't know anything about it so we can hit them with a wham bam. And then I'll be home. And when I get home, we're going to go get that trust. Then you might believe Kouri is sneaky. If she's sneaky enough to manufacture a whole alibi evidence and a not guilty verdict, or attempt to, she might be sneaky enough to put something in that lemon drop, because we heard about Moscow mules. This is the first time I heard about a lemon drop shot. And for a person that you said don't even drink, why he need a drink and a shot if you just taking a celebratory shot? So did you ever make the Moscow mules? Because now it's starting to feel like the Moscow mules were sitting in there just so you can have a cup to look at other than the shot glasses, because the amount that was in his system wasn't even a sip. It wasn't a drink, you know, it's way less. So it could have just been a shot. But and then the thing is, if somebody's drinking a drink, especially if they don't drink, they sipping. And if they don't drink for real, they sipping slow. And so therefore, when they look down at the cup, they might have seen something in there, tasted something in there. But if you throw a shot back, he wouldn't have had time to catch it. Kouri, that's why I was fighting about that letter. And if it was 6 pages long, and all we heard was the part that we heard, I can't imagine the rest. I can't imagine the rest. I don't know. I guess it depends on how you take the hunting trips, how you take the letter, because I can see it both ways. Especially a lemon drop one, because lemon, any type of lemon juice, lemon zest, lemon anything.
Let's pause there.
Oh.
There will likely be additional questioning of Detective O'Driscoll tomorrow morning from both the defense and the state. That additional questioning we do not have time for today. So we'll be recessing for the day between now and tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. As always, please don't talk about the case with anyone. Please do not allow anyone to talk about it with you. Please do not read, watch, or listen to any coverage of the case. Please do not do any research about the case. Please travel safe. Folks, have a seat. Anything else on the record today, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
Detective, I need you to be back here at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Agreed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess until 8:30 in the morning. Thank
Your
you.
Honor, just real quick.
My apologies.
If there's some kind of urgent matter they need to discuss with him as the chief investigator, I guess I'm just asking we all be on honor. They don't discuss with him his testimony at all. But if they need to talk to him about something, just let me know and we'll probably agree to that. So just if there's an urgency in the middle of the night or something.
Any problem with that, Mr. Bloodworth?
No problem, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. We'll be in recess until 8:30 a.m. Thank you.
Girl. Ain't nobody get ready to discuss nothing with him. Why does she be trying it? Oh, why does she be trying? In case it's an urgent matter, because he's the lead investigator. You think that somebody gonna blow the top off of it tonight? You gonna think Eric gonna come back and knock from below and tell y'all something? Like, All right, y'all. We are done for the day. Thank you, everybody who jumped in for the simulcast. I hope everything went great for everybody. If there's anybody new, hey, I'm Miss Shay, and we watch trials over here, and we discuss them, and we analyze them, and we might call bullshit like she ain't born in no 1980s. But tomorrow, 8:30 a.m., we will try something a little different tomorrow. We may break when we break for lunch. We'll probably do a part 1 and a part 2 to see how that works for us. Unless we grab Gates or somebody like that one day we watching something. So we'll, for the most part, let me know if y'all like the way today went with the bringing this back up, things of that nature. That might be how we do it from now on. I think that's everything. I'll see everybody tomorrow. Have a good one.